SAG-AFTRA issues. The union representing approximately 160,000 actors in Hollywood released a statement on Thursday claiming the studios are resorting to, quote, bully tactics and have walked away from the negotiating table. This comes as the union marks 92 days on strike.
I thought we were right at the precipice of resolving all this.
Yeah, National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland said, I was certainly taken by surprise by their decision last night to call me and cancel our scheduled negotiation session for today and tell me that they don't plan to return to the table. He added, there is no way to move this forward without talking, and it took them so long to get back to the table in the first place. It's really disappointing that after this amount of time, they would just walk away again.
I'm surprised that actors can't be convincing negotiators with all their chops, you know?
Right?
Woe is us. The blight that is the inequity.
Netflix's CEO Ted Sarandos told Variety on Thursday that he felt that the union was asking for too much. He said, we had very productive talks going, and then what kind of happened last night, they introduced this levy of subscribers on top of historic highs in terms of increases across the board. The Hollywood Reporter shared an image to Instagram from the picket line outside of Disney Studios in Burbank, California on Thursday. It featured a giant Mickey Mouse glove giving the studio the middle finger.
Whoa.
So
I think so. Here's the deal: Disney is wrestling with a whole bunch of losses. They've lost billions of dollars. So I think everyone's trying to scramble to figure out what the hell to do. Mm-hmm. But listen, we need a new season of Stranger Things.
Yes,
yes,
get on
we do. All right, so this is another interesting bit of information, more on the serious side of entertainment, but the Nurture Originals Foster Art and Keep Entertainment Safe Act of 2023, or it is shortened to the name of the No Fakes Act, will standardize rules around using a person's faces, names, and voices. This is to cover unauthorized digital replicas.
Which it's happening.
Yeah,
they're trying to. They could have slammed the brakes on this a while ago, but now they're trying to make up for lost time.
Well, so our friend Senator Chris Coons is one of the ones behind this.
I got news for you. That's not Chris Coons.
No.
That's a droid.
So he has sponsored the bill, and it prevents the, quote, production of digital replica without consent of the applicable individual or rights holder, unless part of a news, public affairs, sports broadcast, documentary, or biographical work. The rights would apply throughout a person's lifetime and for their estate 70 years after their death. Well, so you can't use it unauthorized. You can't use the likeness unauthorized for 70 years until after
What do
die.
you own if you don't own yourself?
Yeah.
What tipped me off that it might not have been Chris Coons and Preston is that his thigh opened up and there was a gun in there that he pulled out.
Wait a
Like
second.
RoboCop.
Yeah, I've heard of that before.
The bill includes an exception for using digital duplicates for parody, satire, and criticism. It also excludes commercial activities like commercials as long as the advertisement is for news, a documentary, or a parody. Individuals as well as entities like a deceased person's estate or record label can file for civil action based on... This is the RoboCop music. Based on the proposed rules. The bill also explicitly states that a disclaimer stating the digital replica was unauthorized won't be considered an effective defense. So you are going to need permission.
Well, say you record something and you're in the union and your voice gets used, you get residuals on that. Yeah. So you do get payment after the fact. What didn't happen was that they could use the sample of your voice and then just start producing commercials without you involved at all.
Yeah.
And this is the ramification of what they're talking about.
Yeah, so the No Fakes Act essentially federalizes likeness laws, which vary from state to state.
Does this join the No Sad Bro?
No. No. This is totally different. Right. Some states don't have ground rules around the right to publicity at all. New York is one of the few states that explicitly mentions digital replicas and prohibits the use of deceased person's computer-generated replica. This is a decision. So this is that's great, and there needs to be rules like this because we're heading into scary Running Man territory. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm happy that they. I'm happy that they're putting some laws on the books that can keep that from happening. As Moonlighting hits streaming for the first time ever, the series creator Glenn Gordon Caron spoke with the New York Post about how Bruce Willis is doing following his frontal temporal dementia diagnosis earlier this year. I'm sorry, frontotemporal
It's a lot to say.
dementia. So he said, I have tried very hard to stay in his life. He shared that he tries to visit the actor every month. And he said, it's as if Willis is seeing life through a screen door. He said, my sense is the first 1 to 3 minutes he knows who I am. And he said he's not totally verbal. He said he used to be a voracious reader, and he didn't want anyone to know that. And he's not reading now. All those language skills are no longer available to him. And yet he's still Bruce, he says.
Did you watch Moonlighting at all?
I did.
A little bit.
Love that show.
Yeah.
I loved it. And
Yeah.
that's why when he was cast as John McClane, when it was like the goofy guy, because he was the goofy guy.
It was against type. Totally.
Yeah. And, but man, I love that show. It's smartly written. Booger was on it. He was one of the,
Yeah, he and
Curtis Armstrong?
Yeah. He and Sybil Shepherd's secretary had a
thing. Yeah.
I remember we talked to Booger.
It was great.
He was fantastic. I actually read some. I have his book. I didn't finish it, but it was really well done. But I mean, he's just people just calling him Booger. You know, what are you gonna do?
There are worse things, right?
Yeah.
Was that secretary Coach's daughter? Was that the same actress from
No,
Cheers?
You're thinking of. Oh, yes.
The
yes.
secretary.
She
Yes.
might very well have been, Nick.
Alice Beasley is her name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and she played Coach's daughter on Cheers, and
She owns our company.
one of the it's a different Beasley. Thank God. One of the sweetest moments in sitcom television history was Coach telling his daughter that she's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
She
She's
was.
ugly, yeah.
Yeah, because the point
Refuting
is
that.
she's really ugly.
Yeah, the
Well,
point is,
she says, I know I'm not.
Right, you
Yeah.
guys have
And he's like-
absolutely ruined the moment.
He's like, no, I don't mean like your looks.
Inside.
You're
Yeah.
beautiful on the inside.
Oh, no, God, no.
Hey Nick,
Yeah.
the Phils won last night.
That's right.
Hey!
God, no, you're
I'm
not.
going to give you that.
You're
Thank
not
you.
attractive at all, but in fact, I had to take a swig of scotch knowing I'd be looking at your face.
You saw that episode. Yeah.
No, it was very touching
But on
because
the inside,
she
he-
was demurring from that, even though he
Right.
kept
I
insisting.
never knew how much you look like your mother.
Yeah. Was she ugly too?
Oh yeah. Total pick. I met her at 2:00 in the morning, and when the bar was closed.
No, that was bomb.
All right, listen to this story.
I've been making out with a payphone.
This'll look at this. On Wednesday's episode of her eponymous talk show, Sherry Shepherd dished about comedian Paul Mooney allegedly catching Barbara Walters and Richard Pryor in the act of having sex.
Well, it was long known that Barbara Walters had what is or used to be referred to as jungle fever. Spike, I think Spike Lee said that, and so that was that was her thing.
So Sherry Shepherd was talking to Joy Behar. She said, I told Joy that I had run into Paul Mooney, and Paul Mooney had said that he caught Barbara Walters with Richard Pryor. And she said, I came in and I told you, talking to Joy, and I said, Paul Mooney said that he caught Barbara and Richard Pryor. He walked into them, and I was like, don't tell nobody. But Behar couldn't resist confronting Barbara about the alleged affair. And so she said, you say to Barbara, so you're sleeping with Richard Pryor, huh? And she turned around, and Barbara, she said her head would turn on a swivel like that. And she goes, who told you that? And I'm sitting there, and I just got this job. And Joy, you do that because you're not scared of Barbara. So she told her, don't say anything to Barbara. And she turns around. That's the first thing she does.
So she had a long time affair with a senator, an African-American senator.
thought so,
I think they
yeah.
were both cheating on their respective significant others at the time.
Okay. I just think it's wild. Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
Right?
Who was just a party maniac at that time.
And here she is, a button-down, respected journalist.
Yeah, absolutely contrary to what you would expect. Jada Pinkett Smith spoke about her soulmate friendship with the late Tupac Shakur during a recent interview with Rolling Out. She said, if there is such a thing as past lives, I definitely think that Pac and I, have traveled a few together, she said. When the interviewer asked if she regretted that they were never romantically involved, the actress said it just wasn't possible, referring to their friendship, love, chemistry. She said there was no chemistry between us. That just wasn't the purpose. So
There
they
seems
were
like there
very,
was a
very good
lot of
friends.
chemistry. I mean, that's what she's saying. I don't know. And we have to take her at her word, but I've seen a lot of pictures of them together, and you can tell by the body language and everything that there's something there.
Yeah, but maybe they were tight buds. I don't know. Who knows? In a recent interview with Pop Sugar, Scarlett Johansson discussed with the powerful impact of Pamela Anderson not wearing makeup during Paris Fashion Week this year. So there's been a lot of chat about this.
She didn't wear makeup, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. But I guess it's because she went to a high-profile event. Not wearing makeup. This wasn't just her posting on Instagram. She went out and you know, the time when you're supposed to be really as done up as you can be done up.
So what if she got that done up and went to Chuck E. Cheese? Would it have gotten the same attention?
I don't know.
Yeah.
She said, I think this, Scarlett Johansson said, I think it is definitely different to see somebody that's in the public eye, a woman in the public eye, go to a fashion show or big event with no makeup on. It's just very different from what we're used to. She said it's a powerful message for women to see that, whether they follow suit or whatever the effect is in the zeitgeist. It's powerful for women to see other women rejecting standard beauty norms.
It's still Pamela Anderson, though. She looks, pretty damn good regardless.
Yeah. Tori Spelling took to Instagram yesterday to celebrate her late Beverly Hills 90210 co-star Luke Perry on what would have been his 57th birthday. Actually, it was on Wednesday. And he died from a stroke in 2019. Posting a throwback photo of the pair dancing together to her Instagram story, she wrote, "Could be a million people in the room, but he always made you feel like you were the only one. Good, kind humans are a rare breed. I don't know that many, sadly, and he was one. Happy birthday," she said. "Missing you always."
We had him on the show a couple of times. He was always great and self-deprecating. And at that point, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood had just been released. And Quentin Tarantino was a huge fan and put him in the movie.
Yeah.
And I don't think he ever, was he alive for the premiere? I don't think so.
I don't know. It came out, he died in 2019. I'm not sure what time that year, but yeah, it was sad news. All right, so a little bit more about the strike. Ewan McGregor addressed the ongoing strike during the New York Comic-Con yesterday. And he said, it's difficult for us to be up here and to not be allowed to talk about our actual films. He
that
said,
would suck.
I'm sure you would want to hear about them, so I apologize for that. He said, but that's just the way we have to do it, I suppose. Speaking in favor of the strike, he added, this strike is very important. It's very important that we are taking this action. It's a shame that it's taking the studios this length of time to come to some sort of resolution with us. But as a result, I'm 100% behind the strike and involved with my union.
So to be honest, so the idea is that they are in effect promoting properties that are owned, and then so when they strike, they shut down everything. To me, that seems a little weird. Like it's not like somebody's still waiting to go see those Star Wars movies or. I get where they're going with it, but I think the promotion of new stuff makes sense.
Yes, and I think you should be able to talk about the old stuff. I agree.
Right?
And we're union members.
Absolutely.
So.
No big rat in front of this building.
All right, I've been trying to get to this story all week long, but other stories have popped up. But Caitlyn Jenner.
That's right.
Might be single.
Get your ass. Totally single. Space is very lonely.
But that doesn't mean
I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me back again to ride.
Rocket Woman?
I'm the size of a medium automobile. I'm a space girl.
Space Girl. Okay. That's a riff on the original.
I'm very creative.
So she might be single, but doesn't mean she's ready to mingle. The former Olympian, 73 years old, shared some thoughts on her love life in a new interview in the Times, revealing that
I did trade suction pods with a Danubian warlord.
Wow.
Is that
straight up trade?
I don't know, but it felt damn good.
Okay.
So that's a thing in space?
That's what a space girl does.
I got you.
It was an even trade, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. We both got stinky.
With who?
A Danubian warlord.
Danubian warlord.
Known for their sexual proclivities.
She revealed, although she's very single these days, she has no intention to find a partner anytime soon or ever. She said, I'm fine. I'm not even close to looking for a relationship.
Closer I am to find.
And said, I'll never have a relationship in the future.
See?
I just don't see that in my life. I'm not looking for that. As Jenner explained, she's not lonely. She has a large family, so large that she, quote, could go to somebody's house and have dinner every night of the week, and has 2 dogs named Bertha and Baxter.
Whenever I see her, she seems very happy, and that's fine.
She keeps herself entertained in other ways, she told The Times. She said, I fly airplanes, play a lot of golf. I raced cars for 20-odd years. And she said, racing cars is not the greatest way to make money or a career or business. You do it because it's fun.
I did the Castle Run in 8 parsecs. Beat it by 1 parsec.
Wow. That's pretty amazing.
That's one of my queefs.
Oh, jeez. Dear God. Kaboom.
Yeah, absolutely.
She also said that while she's been in the fun stage of her life, she still has a few projects in the works and also spends some of her time working out. I said I do. Obviously, it changes from the old days, talking about her current fitness goals, saying, I'm not trying to win Olympic gold medals. I just enjoy good health. I don't go crazy working out, but I get my exercise in all the time.
Watching her in the Bruce days, when she was competing in the Olympics.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God.
Just a specimen.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, without question. All right, I'm glad I fit that in there.
Yeah.
Danubian warrior.
Yeah, warlord.
Warlord, thank you. Warlord.
Yeah.
Gotta get that right. So following the popularity of Suits, featuring Meghan Markle.
Casey's a fan.
After it hit Netflix and Peacock, Deadline reports that an offshoot is in the works.
Slacks.
No, not slacks. Suits and slacks.
So it just, Chuck's wife is watching it too. Chuck's whole family is watching it too. And it just dawned on her that not only do these guys wear suits to work, but there's lawsuits involved.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, what? Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Mind blown. Deadline reports that the offshoot is in the works. A new show will come from series creator Aaron Korsh for NBC Universal and will most likely be in the vein of the CSI and NCIS franchises, featuring new characters in a new location.
So there is there's a meme or a clip from the show that's floating around. Have you seen it? It's one of the actors asked the other actor, do you want to hear a Nazi joke? And so he says, yes. And he goes, knock, knock, who's there? And he slaps him in the face and he says, I asked the question.
I've actually heard that before. And
I do have a question about it. So I've never watched it. I don't have any plans on really watching it.
Okay.
What type of business are they in?
they're lawyers.
They're lawyers.
And
lawsuits. There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah, and they work for one of the highest powered law firms in the city of New York. And everybody that works for the law firm went to Harvard Law,
and they're all banging each other, right?
They're not all banging each other, no. But the younger suit guy, he really shouldn't be a part of this law firm, and you understand why. He's super likable, but he's also like really, really like smart.
Okay,
like he looks at something and he remembers everything on the page like immediately.
Right.
And he's a likable guy. So
and Meghan Markle's pretty good.
Meghan Markle's great.
Yeah, and she's sexy.
Oh, yeah. And then, Nick, you were talking about that one screenshot that you would see on Netflix.
Yes.
That, for some reason, is not the screenshot on mine.
Okay.
But, dude, I'm telling you, that was in the first 2 minutes of the very first episode, that screenshot of the girl in her underpants.
We talked about it on the show a couple times because she's a knockout, and I was like, and it grabbed my attention.
You never see her again.
Right, yeah.
Oh, really?
Minimal scene, and that's it. But
do you know what reminds me of, Nick?
Worked.
Your fascination with silk stockings.
Oh, sure,
which for years was the naughty USA Network, I think, show.
USA Up All Night.
Yeah.
Well, is this a super sexy show, Case?
It has its moments.
Okay.
It has its moments. But, yeah, everybody in there is impossibly good looking. It's one of those, if you remember, like the WB, everything cleans up very nicely at the end of every single episode. Everybody's insanely good looking. They're cast for their looks more so than, their believability as a...
And this was a syndicate. So this was not on any network when it came out, right?
It was one of those, not on CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox. It was on one of those other channels, whether it be
USA, right?
Was it USA?
Yeah,
it might have been USA.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was USA, TBS, or whatever. But
I just can't believe that this is a show that's now been off the air for 3 or 4 years and has this major resurgence, and a lot of people are watching, including you, Case.
Look at what happened with The Office.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the same thing. So in its initial run, it never enjoyed this.
Friends as well.
Global pop. Exactly.
Yeah.
But the Friends in the Office
were popular.
when they were on. Yeah.
Right.
And people talked about them and knew about them. And we went 10 years not talking about Suits, and here we are talking about Suits.
Is that how old this show is?
Yeah, it was on for 10 years. It was on for a decade.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, it was
so
like,
weird.
No idea.
I know.
Well, the whole Meghan Markle leaving Suits and getting engaged to the freaking prince happened after she left the show.
Wow.
Duh.
How did you get in here, Charlie?
It's a freaking show.
it's like he's always here. Regis is
Just
always
sitting in the
around
back.
somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm here too.
Oh,
Waiting for a
okay.
moment. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, so they're going to do a spin-off of it. And it'll just basically move it to another location, a different
If
city.
you guys end up watching it, we need to talk about the guy who plays Lewis because his face.
You can bring it up now because I'm not going to.
Okay. This guy, there's a place for everybody, as far as casting is concerned. But this guy's, he has got such a hateable face.
This is a character actor who's been in a number of things, and he's perpetually the dick, the scumbag. You immediately hate his guts. Has he ever been in a role where you like him?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
And I've seen him interviewed. He seems like a nice guy.
Probably is.
Yeah.
All right. So, we'll see where they put this this spin-off and when that's going to happen.
He's the one who gets slapped in the face during the joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's see. Speaking of spin-offs, the Daryl and Carol Walking Dead spin-off that then became just a Daryl spin-off is now becoming a Daryl and Carol spin-off again at a New York.
Are they going to bring Ross in from Friends?
No. At a New York Comic-Con panel. Yeah. It was announced by series star Norman Reedus that Melissa McBride will be joining season 2 of the AMC spinoff as a series regular.
I see commercials where Daryl appears to be at the base of the Eiffel Tower, and I'm like, what in the hell has happened?
Yeah, how did he get over
Yeah.
there? I have no idea.
Well, according to Jackie
pontoons
Bam
on his
Bam,
motorcycle?
he came and went over on a horse. He was asking me about Columbus.
How do you get there?
Did they come over on horses? No, I just told you. 3 ships. Horses?
The news follows McBride making a vocal cameo as Carol on this past Sunday's episode on. Oh, sorry, Case.
No. Yoo-hoo!
Where she announced that someone had come back, although radio interference blocked the identity of who had come back. So, spoiler alert, and I said that after the fact, which is...
Well, they wrote it that way, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, you're supposed to write it at the top of the copy.
McBride weighed in on joining the series as part of a statement released by AMC, saying, "I've known there was much more to be told of Carol's story. I felt her so unsettled when we last saw her as she
heard it on the radio. She said, "Crumb bum cash."
as she watched her best friend Daryl ride away. Apart, or hopefully together, their stories run deep, and I'm so excited to continue Carol's journey here. This team of storytellers have done amazing work, and to land these 2 established characters in an entirely new world to them, and I'm loving the discovery," she says.
The original run of The Walking Dead, the show that lives in my mind, the one that to me always is like, shows what that show could do, was that episode with Carol with the 2 girls.
Uh-huh. It's rough.
And it's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, did that episode live with me for a while after that?
Yeah, that was a heavy one, man.
Yeah.
Do you think the zombies in Paris have an accent?
Oola. I mean,
Ooh la la.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Viva la France. Marcel. Oh my God.
Is the plot line, has the plot line evolved the zombies to...
No.
Okay, because in the Richard Matheson I Am Legend, the original story, which is considered one of the first zombie type that they were vampires.
Yeah.
At a certain point in the story, the vampires, after years and years and years, which are kind of like zombies, they become hybrids. So they become the ruling class.
They started to flirt with that a little bit, or at least you thought as a viewer.
But it was people.
It was people
pretending.
wearing zombie faces,
Okay.
and when you're like, "Oh my God, these guys are developing their own language."
Like
this
smart
is great.
sharks.
Yeah, but honestly, I was like, "Oh, this is a great turn.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Okay, the zombies are
Right.
And
yeah.
then you're like, "Oh, it's just people in zombie masks."
There we go.
All right.
Connor found a cartoon of a French zombie. He's wearing a beret.
Magnifique.
He's carrying a French flag. All right. Well, anyway, Carol is going to be on. It's going to be Carol and Daryl. All right. It's Friday. There's no sad bro. That means there's movies opening. So we are going to reveal what movies are opening. One movie opening today, and it is Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
That was a great concert. She's apparently dating one of the Kelsey brothers.
It's a concert film, and it stars Danny Trejo. No, actually, Taylor Swift. The cultural phenomenon continues on the big screen. Immerse yourself in this once-in-a-lifetime concert film experience with a breathtaking cinematic view of the history-making tour. 2 hours and 48 minutes long. It is rated PG-13 because there's some language.
Yep.
It gets a wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score, wow, 100%.
They say the movie is infectious. And they say that it is really well covered. It was the entire tour had this movie in mind. So it was all
so they shot it
preset for this. That's why you had such a visual, extravaganza. So the word is, I think, even from the most curmudgeonly critics, that it's a home run.
There's a few screenings in the area, Steve, and they are wickedly sold out.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And I mean, good for her, dude. She's killing it.
And by the way, let's say you were somebody, a young girl who couldn't afford the tickets.
Yeah. Go see
This is a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed. So that's it. Now we move on to the clips. Wrong button, Case.
That was the right button, wrong page.
Oh, okay. In the Fire is a period piece about a doctor from New York who travels to a plantation in the 1890s to care for a disturbed boy who seems to have inexplicable abilities.
Huh.
In this clip, director Connor Alley talks about how Amber Heard related to her character in the film.
Amber really naturally fit this character, and it is not a coincidence that she connected with a character who goes through what this character goes through in the movie, which is to say that Grace in the movie is this sort of fearless truth teller who has great intentions and goes to this small town and wants to help this boy and isn't believed.
In the Fire is released in theaters today, by the way.
Grace!
What the hell was that?
Wow. That's Grace.
Oh, Grace. Okay.
Is that Bruni?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an aggressive Grace.
What is that from?
That's from Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, that's
Grace!
Principal Rooney when he is.
Oh, that's the secretary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next.
Grace!
I just watched that whole movie from beginning to end.
Ferris Bueller?
It holds up.
It's a great
yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
Next clip, here we go. Lesson in Chemistry, a new show about a woman who accepts a job on a TV cooking show and sets out to teach a nation of housewives way more than recipes. And here, director Sarah Adina Smith talks about creating this world for the screen.
We wanted to make sure cinematically that you feel like it's a world that you can get lost in, that doesn't just feel like a stereotype of the 1950s. And one of the reasons the book has resonated for so many people is that even though it's about a woman experiencing these obstacles in the 1950s, especially, in America, there's a lot of progress we still need to make today. So it's still very relevant.
Shut up, dummy.
Lesson in Chemistry. First episode is out now, and you can see that on Apple TV, by the way. It stars Brie Larson, which is cool. Love her. All right, and that is the last story in the entertainment report for you this morning. All right, it's about 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We have Crumb Bum Cash coming up at 8 o'clock. Should we do the Connoisseur?
I think so.
Okay.
We didn't do it last
week.
week.
We didn't get to it last week.
And we don't have. We have the rest of the schedules filled in.
And we have a lot of prizes to give away.
Yes.
So
Product to
obviously
move.
We do that now with the Connoisseur. So when we come back, we'll dive into all things food and a chance for you to win a bunch of cool prizes. So we will take a break and be back in just a moment. Stay with us. Sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay. No. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance. But some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yeah, I mean that's a little.
Does it matter
Yeah.
that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family? Do you think? Because when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah,
and Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole
meeting. Prince Harry.
Yes,
And
and
I
it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio
Sure.
of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa wappa.
By the
That's the
way,
royal
that's what
family
they do.
version of
Wappa.
fap.
why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, "Yo, dude, I can see your panties"?
But she makes
So-
the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack,
Yep.
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
There is
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so
He makes a special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it,
Oh, no.
and I had to race. Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I can make it. And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
this morning?
God.
Kathy,
I
it was
just-
either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the.
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean,
because
I'm also just so open to tell the story. It's
Oh,
amazing.
not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Case-
Hey, Gav!
More FM's right over there.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102's down the street. He crapped there.
oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the
Just
path.
say it quietly so we can't hear.
All right, I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
Yeah.
so I had to
Smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
all right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to put. Luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no,
All
we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts
Just
in the
so
back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here.
And look at
Check the
security.
And they're going to look at security and they're going to see me like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake
Guys.
Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it? That this-
On the over
By
at
the loading dock.
docks.
Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
I do, believe me. I'm not.
don't.
This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back. And, that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay,
Yeah,
well, he came back and cleaned
You know,
himself.
we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
on the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
Like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
I see nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy,
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
what do you think? Do you are you an Idris
up.
Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at
Let her
examine.
drink him in.
I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island.
No,
Lovey.
like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my god, he's so hot. Like this
Okay.
guy's like he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancee Sabrina Dahor. No,
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahor.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters. They're
Who are
just
you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre. And at first,
not Dahor.
if you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor. Dahore.
No,
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost
like
named my
that.
dog Winston.
From previous
him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You were almost Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
Dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow!
Oh my God.
You haven't seen
You haven't? Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve. You look better bald, man.
Casey,
you know what
that does look good. You fix the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow.
You're
Am I
right.
Am I not wrong about that?
That's absolutely right.
Briere, formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve. So I can.
from bachelor party and
Adrian
Zmed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, how
It's
come
the
no
profile
sideburn?
that I love.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a 60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need,
or?
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the
neckline.
back look good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home.
Makes me feel fine.
Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze.
Nice.
Makes me feel fine.
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bria.
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think you like.
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. So, yeah, we didn't get a chance to do this last week. I apologize, but it's time for the Connoisseur, and we are going to dive into all things culinary.
Time for the Connoisseur, the lost episode.
Hang on, you were just doing a
You're doing
gesture
semaphore.
that I don't recognize. Oh, the bell. Okay, I thought you were going like this. I'm like, what does that mean? May I have my bell, please, sir?
Do you want both options?
No, I like the little one. Thank you. I like this. The order up. All right, we're gonna start with this croissant.
Oh, I love croissant.
Yes,
I love chocolate croissant.
or some people may say crescents, but croissants. That's right. The French, the French zombies. They love those croissants. So there's over $1 billion in retail sales of croissants, and there is a company called Hero Croissants. It is a product from Hero Bread that boasts fewer calories, 2-gram net carbs, high fiber, and protein, all without sacrificing delicious indulgence. So croissants are insanely high in calories and carbohydrates.
Which blew my mind when I found that out years ago because they're so light and airy.
But
they're butter.
There's
butter.
a pound of butter in there, which is why they taste so damn good. Yes.
So, yeah.
So-
I will try this. I'm reticent to believe it's going to match a regular croissant.
I am as well, and I want to try it though. But here's the deal: their Hero Croissants has skyrocketed since its initial release, and there is an 8,000-person waiting list just to buy it.
Oh.
After 3 product drops that have completely sold out, the hype from fans is starting to resemble a streetwear collab drop, according to this article that I've read.
Streetwear collab drops
I'm
are the worst.
saying, man.
Yeah. So now it's 8,001 and 2 that are waiting because both you and I are interested.
Very much so. It seems to be all the goodies from a croissant minus the high calories and carbs. Big W Hero Bread even partnered up with a French bakery in Sonoma, California to handcraft each Hero Croissant and its 24 layers of buttery, flaky wonder.
I love croissants. I love dinner rolls. I love those. All of that stuff. And it all derives its taste from butter.
From butter.
And lots of butter.
Listen, I know we've talked about this before, the bread that you receive at restaurants.
Right.
And we've talked about our various favorites. Fogo de Chaux's bread. I don't know what they do to it. It's unbelievable.
I have not had.
delicious.
I have
It's
not had.
unbelievable.
So rank it against like Bertucci's and or
No, it doesn't. It's
Pshaw.
It's like it's like I think there's cheese in it.
There's
right?
some
like there's
kind of
cheese in it.
cheese
Yeah.
ingredient that comes with it.
They have them at all of the Brazilian steakhouses.
do they?
So
it's a Brazilian type of bread?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you guys ever heard of or seen ice cream bread? because I just saw it this week for the first time.
No.
Okay.
Do tell.
So I saw it's an Instagram thing. I got to try and figure out how to do it on my own. But this person took a
bread at ice cream.
No, a pint of vanilla Haagen-Dazs ice cream, and then used that with like baking powder and flour and all the other.
And it becomes bread.
And they turned it into a bread batter and made bread out of it.
I'm listening.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I got to go back to the bread, Preston, that you brought up. Let me tell you the story. So I did an event at I forget what's the one, Marissa. What's the one, the Brazilian steakhouse down the street from your house?
So Fogo de Chão?
It's on the corner closer to
Braza.
Shima.
Oh. What is it?
Shima.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I did an event there years ago, and when I was leaving, I said to the guy who I hosted the event there. So I was chatting with the guy who helped run it, and I was like, oh, I said, do you have those the little cheesy bread things? Where he's like, yeah, of course. I said, my son loves them. Could I get some to go? He was like, absolutely. I got in the car. I was like, yeah. I blamed Jace. I was like, oh, my son really likes these. I'm gonna take them. I don't know why I didn't want to tell him they were for me.
So the bread in and of itself, without dipping anything, is awesome.
Yeah.
So
it's you don't need anything.
It's glorious.
You could that could be your meal.
I was just say I would go there just for that.
It's that good, Steve. We got to get you some.
I do want some.
And you got to get them warm. You got to get them right when they're made.
Yeah.
There are certain breads that when they have the accompanying dipping sauce are phenomenal as well. Not your average Joe's has a great bread, but I mean, if this is alone on its own phenomenal, I got to try it.
All right, Marissa wants to try.
Bake us some.
Casey wouldn't let her use.
No, dude, there's still like illness going around. Go use somebody else's mic. Yeah.
All right, hang on. Hang on. All right. Why don't I? Oh, here we are. All right, Marissa, go ahead.
Really quickly, I once went on a date at the Longwood Gardens restaurant. The bread there.
Really? I've heard good things about the restaurant.
Phenomenal. Yeah, it's like not many people have talked about the bread there. So there you go.
The bread, the bathrooms.
Oh, yeah, the bathroom. I didn't use a bathroom while I was there.
I'm on my way to the bathroom. Give me a loaf of bread.
You didn't take a smash while you were there?
Next time.
All right.
Oh, best thing to do on a Saturday, grab a loaf of bread and go take a dump. At Longwood Gardens.
God,
all right. So anyhow, there's no release date yet on the next Hero Croissants drop, but you can sign up for a wait list if you want to. So you can do that.
It's a Blumpkin at the Longwood Gardens.
All right. So let's do a movie clip. And Casey says we got tons of stuff to give away. Is this you get what you get, or
no? You tell us. They know over there in the other room all the prizes that we have. We're gonna let you choose your prize.
All right. What movie is this food clip from? Here we go. Easy one.
What kind of pancakes you want, man? Pancakes.
Yeah, what kind? Pancakes.
All right, 215. Did you hear that?
I did, yes.
All right, 215.
I can make it out.
215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. All right, order up. Thank you. The Wall Street Journal reports that sales of breakfast cereal have been falling for quite some time. Although the category actually experienced an uptick in popularity during the pandemic, it was a spike that did not last.
I love breakfast cereal.
Shifts away from the pandemic-induced lifestyle of never leaving the house, people are opting for more on-the-go breakfast foods such as granola bars, protein shakes, or even fast food breakfast sandwiches.
I don't know why they call it breakfast cereal. It's not like there's lunch cereal, dinner cereal. It's just cereal.
Just cereal.
And I noticed this actually the last time I was at my Acme. I feel like the cereal aisle is the biggest selection of like one type of food. Do you know what I mean? Like when it's an entire aisle of like one, and like if you go down the cookie aisle, there's only so many.
Yeah, and then you get into crackers and other things. But the cereal is just
cereal.
One side at least is all cereal. I know what you're saying.
So the problem with cereal, and I haven't had it in a long time, and I eat it
every weekend.
Do you? Yeah.
I do,
So I find it, especially if it's a cereal that I really like, to blow out almost 3/4 of a box eating it.
Yeah, in one shot?
Yeah, because if there's enough milk to maintain it, I keep going.
Okay.
I don't hate cereal, but I hate.
You just don't like milk.
I hate milk, so it's hard for me to eat cereal.
You do it with oat milk, or because you could do? I mean, the last bowl of cereal, I
try A1.
Yeah.
Case, I just want to say, I think the only other aisle, at least where I shop, would be the bread aisle. We have an entire aisle.
Where it's all bread. Yeah.
Okay.
So that might compete with the cereal.
So yeah, I don't eat. I probably would eat cereal almost every day, but we get up too early. I don't have time to eat. I don't have time for flat pancakes.
Yeah, you're a wealthy businessman.
So I eat a banana on the way in. That's breakfast for me. But on the weekends, I make sure I get in my cereal.
What's your cereal
I get
choice?
the Kellogg's vanilla almond.
It's nice.
It's great.
Okay one?
It's just my favorite.
Okay.
Do you know what I Gouda, appreciate is the Kashi cereal, especially their cinnamon cereal. But again, I don't. Now I wait until after noon to eat. And, I'm going to start having afternoon cereal.
There you go.
I know it's boring. I'm a Cheerios guy, but Cheerios.
Cheerios are great.
Banana, yeah.
Honey Nut, I like.
You know what, Preston? It's silly, but I like putting my own honey on regular Cheerios.
Okay.
No, I like putting somebody else's honey on it.
Well, instead of buying the pre-bought Honey Nut Cheerios, I take a bottle of honey.
Yeah.
And then I put that on my Cheerios.
That sounds
that are
amazing.
plain.
Good.
Yeah.
Because we used to do like sugar, which
Yeah, we did too.
honey sounds, it's probably healthier.
By the way,
honey
Nick,
ends up at the bottom of the milk, which is delicious.
at the bottom, when you do the sugar on your Cheerios and you drink the milk at the end, you are basically drinking insulin. It is so
I'm sorry
sweet.
to interrupt, Nick, but when I was a kid on Frosted Flakes, we would put sugar
On top of the Frosted Flakes.
Yes!
Oh my God.
Sure.
It's insane.
What is, Preston, I forget, your milk of choice when it comes to cereal?
2%.
Okay. So Ben, my son, is whole milk on cereal only.
Okay.
But if he's going to have a glass of milk, then he goes like 1 or 2%.
Yeah.
But he
can
prefers,
see
like,
that.
I think maybe it's like the sweetness of whole milk, like with a little more fat in it.
Probably. I'm an overall 2% milk guy,
Gotcha.
but my family, everybody else in the family drinks whole milk exclusively.
So lactose is a sweet.
Well, yeah, Stephen, I've been buying the lactose-free. It's not lactate, but there's like, you can buy Acme brand lactose-free, and I'm a 1% guy for whatever reason. Who cares? But I buy that. And also, I find it makes me fart less. And
there you go.
It lasts longer.
All right.
It lasts in the fridge longer.
So the reasonings behind the downturn in cereal, this is a quote, it says from the Wall Street Journal. In recent weeks, executives from Kellogg's and Post both separately said that they expect the cereal industry to return to its pre-pandemic trend of gradual decline, with sales ranging from flat to down by a low single-digit percentage a year. One might assume that another big reason for cereal's dip in popularity is America's greater focus on health and wellness. Most leading breakfast cereals are laden with excess sugar. However, the nutritional contents of cereal doesn't seem to be a meaningful factor in its decline. A Post line of Pebbles cereals, including Fruity Pebbles and Cocoa Pebbles, has seen the largest rise in popularity of any cereal since 2019.
I'll say this. I don't see a lot of cereal commercials anymore.
No. They used to,
You used to see them all the time.
You know what? We don't have kids programming on in my house anymore, and that's usually who it's targeted towards.
So, Kathy.
I don't know. You see cereal?
Honeycomb's big. Yeah.
It's not small. No. Honeycomb's got a big taste with a big bite. And a thing with the guy.
I don't know. I can't remember how it goes.
Sha-la-la-la.
Some cereal's supposed to be good for you.
There was an Andre the Giant commercial for
Honeycomb's got a big bite.
Steve, I made a GIF of Andre the Giant. I'm going to find it because I posted it on Twitter probably like 2 years ago. But the Andre the Giant's hanging out in a treehouse with an alien and a robot. And it's up on the screen here in the studio. And all of a sudden, Andre the Giant hops out of the treehouse.
The hell? It's honeycombs.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And launches the
big.
robot into the sky. Here comes Andre. Ready? He's going to drop the kid, and then he's going to jump down, and he's going to launch the robot right up into the sky. And that's the punchline of the commercial.
This had to be around Princess Bride time.
Yeah, I think it was like, there he goes.
Wow.
And that was gone. Yeah.
Okay. I never knew that existed.
Enjoy that.
One last thing, according to
Those
this.
not so fresh days. Have you hooked into Massengale douche?
This article conjectures that maybe the milk might be a bit of a decline.
Yeah.
Because of the, I guess,
cows.
Things that have been come to know
This
now.
kind of thing with the milk and the cereal and the big
For
bite.
health reasons, some people are trying milk alternatives made from oats and almonds.
Where do you stand on oatmeal?
Oatmeal?
Yeah, I'm
I
a
love
big
oatmeal.
Big oatmeal guy.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer and find out what movie this clip is from.
What kind of pancakes you want, man? Pancakes. Yeah, what kind? Pancakes.
All right, we're going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Kmart sucks.
Clearly you know the movie.
Mike.
What movie is it?
Man.
Rain Man. Yes, absolutely correct. All right, Mike, here's what we got for you.
All right, Mike, we have a pair of tickets to see Joe Gatto's Night of Comedy. This is going to be on Thursday, January 19th at the Met Philadelphia. And tickets are on sale today at 9 o'clock via Ticketmaster. And tune in next week. We're going to have Joe Gatto on the show.
Excellent. All right, let's move on to another. Oh, no, wait. We're going to do another clip.
One.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right, this is another food clip. What movie is this from?
Hey, you guys want mayo or mustard or both? What's mayo on a hot dog?
By your brothers. 2 mustard, please. Thanks, Mama.
Got it. Nate, mayo or mustard? How about ketchup?
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. That's kind of a tough one.
Yeah.
All right. We haven't really talked about Halloween candy yet. Each year, online vendor candystore.com releases insights based on more than 15 years worth of sales data and publishes a U.S. map noting the most popular candy picks based on pounds sold in bulk via candystore.com and other outlets in every state.
So we go through the ritual at home. My wife has already purchased Halloween candy.
Yeah,
she
so
said,
did Rochelle.
This should be enough. And I chuckle because I'm going to go get a whole bunch. I'm going to hide it in my trunk. And on the night, because my house is done up.
Yeah.
It's telegraphing to the world, we're into Halloween. I showed you the line in front of my house last year.
The people line up to come to Steve's house to trick or treat, which is
and
awesome.
I don't want anyone to go candyless, so I make sure we're set. And then subsequently, the Monday or the day after, I'll bring in about 200 pounds of candy.
Because you run out, get the extra,
Right.
and then I'm the complete opposite. I still have the candy from last year in the bowl,
Oh
so
my
I'm going to
God.
go ahead and put that back out.
Really?
So kids enjoy. Yes, I refuse to buy candy anymore because we just eat it because no one comes to my house.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah. You're just in a spot that's not conducive
And-
to a lot of traffic.
But
yeah.
it's so weird because the neighborhood is like there are kids running everywhere. They just don't make it up to the
Right.
corner.
You decorate, though, and everything.
Yeah, I think I really think it's just because it's the corner,
Oh.
and also
sometimes geographically it's
Just
tough.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh.
and also after my house, like once you turn the corner, like everybody kind of goes, down the street. Once you turn the corner, after like 2 houses, the sidewalk ends. Too.
Oh,
so I feel like
all
people are
right,
just
yeah.
like, we're not going up that way.
I hear you.
You scoffed at me last year, Steve, but I said it, and I'm going to say it again. The kids go crazy for the Nerds rope. I'm telling you, I did it last year.
Okay.
And then not only that, but the because I know you like to do the big size regular.
No, I don't. I do this smaller because we're handling.
Oh.
we,
Oh my
we-
God, you can't do-
hundreds. I literally
You'd
have
go
to sell my
broke.
car. Yeah, because I envy people who can do that. The
I
bigger
can do
thing.
that because we don't get any
I do
trick or treaters.
the bite size.
Yeah,
yeah.
But the Nerds ropes, and then I think it's the Airhead Extremes. Are those the ones that it's in a really long thing, and they're like they're sour. So I don't know, for some reason the kids these days they love the soury candy.
So what does it show us, Preston?
Yeah,
The
I'm
info?
going to give you the tri-state area and the most popular candies by sold in bulk, and this is over the last 15 years.
Okay,
they've been keeping this data.
That's worthwhile data.
We'll start with Delaware. Delaware's most popular candy for Halloween: Sour Patch Kids.
Casey's raising his arms in victory.
New Jersey, Tootsie Pops.
Whoa!
They suck.
What?
F
Tootsie
you.
Pops?
Boo.
I
F
mean,
you.
wait, hang on.
Chase Utley told us that.
You want hell?
Yeah. Wait,
You go to hell.
If you're gonna
They
have
suck or
they suck. They end of sentence. Period. Full
Oh
stop.
my
Tootsie-
God.
Do you like Tootsie Rolls?
No, they suck
okay.
too.
Yeah, I'm
Here's
with
the-
you. Don't get mad at me. I'm with you. I wanted to agree with you. I just didn't know
Thanks.
if you didn't like it because of the Tootsie Roll in the
It's
middle.
not, it's
Here's
not
my
one of my
conundrum.
favorites. I like them.
love
If you're gonna have a chocolate candy, have a chocolate candy.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
fake me out with some Tootsie
Allow me to
BS.
give you a Steven Seagal bow.
Wow.
I agree.
Oh, you're good. Look at us over here.
Here's what I think.
I think
Preston.
they match. I think the tastes go well together.
Oh,
I think
your
Nick.
opinion is wrong.
I think Nick has been stealing my Tootsie Pops, and this is just a.
And it's covering.
Throwing you off the track.
This
That's
is a
exactly
smoke
what
screen.
someone
He's
who was
on to me.
stealing them would say.
Wait, weren't they blow pops?
Casey is
Both.
No,
Well,
they're
these are Tootsie Pops.
And blow pops.
There's
Dude,
another jar.
Let me show you my favorite because they're in here, and they're the hardest ones to get. Is this raspberry one?
Oh my God, yes.
These are the best ones.
Those are
No
the best
kidding.
ones.
These and I think grape are
Yes.
probably.
I'll
my
tell you
favorite.
what,
God,
Preston,
dude.
I will support you in
Wonder
this.
Twin Powers.
I'm not really a lollipop person, but if I'm going to have a lollipop, any essence of chocolate in it will make it better for me.
Now, when you on the wrapper,
You don't eat that.
No, you don't eat that. But we always looked for. There's an Indian shooting a bow and arrow at a star.
Really?
And that was always like a special one if you ever found it on there.
Oh, it's not on all of the
It's not
wrappers?
on all of them. Can I open this?
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat it.
You're going to ruin the rest?
Well, let me do a less popular.
Do a chocolate one because everybody hates the chocolate Tootsie Pops.
Wait,
because I want to show you guys a trick.
Oh,
okay, great.
Here, I'll help you out
All right, wait, while
It's there
he's
all
doing
at the
that
bottom.
case, are people stealing from your jar?
This one's been clear a little bit.
Okay.
Well, here's the deal.
Well, 'cause we
Also,
talked
we
about it.
said on air, and I have it in the office. I have a security camera that we're going to hide here.
All right, here we go.
All right.
I got it. I'm going to show you a little trick. I don't know. I haven't done this in a long, long
All
time.
right. Now we've never met, right?
Yep. Since I was a kid, I haven't done this. All right. So first, let me see if the Indian's on here. The Native American. Sorry. And there he is, Casey, right there.
What does that mean?
Right there. It was just always. It was always my favorite one to get. I don't know. Somebody said if you found that, you got a free one. To me once.
They're probably on every single one.
Yeah.
No, they're not. I have spent years looking at these things.
You win $50
All right, so
in wampum.
You can whistle with the
Do it.
the packaging. All right, let me see it. It's really loud too if I do it right. Hopefully, it won't
Does it
break.
sound like the death whistle?
Of course, I'm not going to be able to do
Keep
it
trying,
now.
keep trying.
Got it.
Hang on, let me try
Almost.
the other side. You gotta lick it.
And suck it.
God, I haven't done
I'm
it.
hearing it. There you go.
I used to be able to make
Sounds
it
like a
get
radio
so
transmission.
loud, man. Well, you get the idea.
Yes, it was
But
amazing.
I used to be able to do it where it was like it would
Piercing?
hurt people's ears.
It was again.
Nick, that's the best part of a Tootsie Pop.
Is using the wrapper. Wow, you found the worst. Through the Tootsie
I'm
Pop.
going to see if I have a Native American on mine. I don't.
No.
Somebody says when I was young and I got a wrapper that had the Indian shooting the star, I brought it back to the store and they would give you a free Tootsie Pop.
Oh.
See, that's what I heard. I just never followed through on it.
And so this person had that happen where they were getting a free Tootsie Pop?
That's what they're texting.
Wow.
Yeah, so, all right. Anyway, moving on. That's New Jersey. Tootsie Pops, number one as far as the candies go. Pennsylvania.
All right, drum roll.
Oh.
Okay.
I got you.
Pennsylvania's number one candy for Halloween. Hershey's mini bars. Just
There you go.
a regular Hershey's small.
Boring.
It is kind of boring.
Well,
It's a classic.
It's probably milk chocolate too, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just the standard Hershey's mini bar. So, I mean, it's a little boring, but it is a classic.
It is a classic.
You know?
Do you think that has anything to do with Hershey being in Pennsylvania?
I think so. I think people are being paid off.
Yeah, probably.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what clip
Big chocolate.
this movie is from. Here we go.
Hey, you guys want mayo or mustard or both? What's mayo in a hot dog?
By your brothers. 2 mustard, please. Thanks, Mama.
Got it. Nate, mayo or mustard? How about ketchup?
All right, we're going to go to, I can't see it. Move the cursor.
Oh,
Can't
yeah,
see the name
I think
here.
it's Mara.
Mara. Hi, good morning, Mara.
Hello.
All right, Mara.
Hey.
You all right?
You sound very excited. Mara,
I don't want to talk to you.
what movie is it from?
I believe it's Avengers Endgame.
Endgame. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Hang on.
Honeycomb's got a big, big butt.
Here's what we have for you.
We have a pair of tickets to Joe Gatto's Night of Comedy Thursday, January 19th at the Met. Tickets are on sale today at 9 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
All right, another movie clip. Let's see if you can identify what film. Go one up, Case.
Okay, this one?
One more.
This one.
Yep. Let's see if you can peg what movie this is from. Here we go.
I hope you like potato salad. It's chunky style, my favorite.
All right.
Wait, can you play it again?
Yeah, here we go.
I hope you like potato salad. It's chunky style, my favorite.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. All right, let's see if you know the answer. All right, order up. Here we go. Restaurant news. I'm going to mention something. This debuted. I meant to get to this last week, but we didn't get to the Connoisseur. But there is a new sushi speakeasy in Fishtown, and it sounded interesting. It's called Sushi Suite.
Sushi Suite?
Yeah,
Suite.
S-U-I-T.
Sushi Suite.
Sushi sweet.
Oh. Sick.
And reading the press release about it says this exclusive 8-seat, 90-minute experience takes place through a private door behind Izakaya Fishtown.
Oh.
Okay.
Chef.
So this is really a speakeasy vibe where you have an exclusive dining situation.
Chef Mitsutaka Harada will masterfully prepare and serve up a 17-course chef's choice omakase extravaganza to 8 guests at a time.
So this is kind of like a speakeasy sushi chef's table.
There you go. The chef hails from Japan, now lives in Ballackinwood, right here in our backyard.
Which is Little Japan.
He went to Temple, brings with him 17 years of experience from some of Philadelphia's most well-known and well-regarded restaurants, including Morimoto, Zama, Sushi Hatsu, Ginza, Makiman, Mitsu Sushi,
Rodan,
Makiman, and others. Guests compare their feast with a menu of signature cocktails, rare Japanese whiskeys, as well as an extensive sake menu.
Wow. So, Marissa, there she is. Marissa and I went to an izakaya with Pierre years ago. I think it was at the Borgata, or it was one of the casinos in Atlantic City. But I mentioned this a while ago, and you said izakaya is like a name that goes along with sushi, or is that I forget why izakaya is not every sushi restaurant.
Yeah, izakaya in the Borgata is owned by Michael Schulston, who has a bunch of restaurants here in Philadelphia as well. But izakaya is a very common name. It's like cucina in Italian restaurants. Like there's just a ton with that name. But this omakase is a big trend that's happening all over the city, and there's a lot of them opening up.
This kind of speakeasy sushi thing?
Yeah, Steve, you pretty much just sit down and then they just bring you like 14 dishes of sushi. And
so it is like a chef's table.
Yeah.
That's something I wish I liked.
Yeah, it's adventurous. It's fun. I've done it several times, and we're
cool.
bring it to us.
I'm with you, Kathy. I want.
You're a little too picky.
Yeah.
Well, I want to. So Dr. Mike has assured me that he is going to make me a sushi fan. So we're still waiting for that thing, but I it does look awesome, and people who love it just love it so much that I'm like, oh man.
And there's ways to start. Like when I have had sushi with Pierre, he'll eat the pickle sushi. And there's no fish and things like that. So there's little stepping stones. You don't have to eat the sashimi, which is the raw fish.
Raw fish, yeah.
Right on
Sushi
top,
is actually the rice, believe it or not.
Okay.
But sashimi
I like rice.
is the raw fish. So, all right. So for design the 8-seat sushi room and counter feature an upscale, dark and intimate vibe that features inspiration with subtle 1920s glam meets modern day speakeasy. So I thought that was kind of interesting, and we're throwing in the connoisseur. All right, let's see if you know the answer. What movie is this food clip from?
I hope you like potato salad. It's chunky style, my favorite.
All right. We're going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
How are you? Good morning.
Good, buddy. All right, so what movie is that from?
That is Bachelor Party.
Yes, Tom Hanks, Bachelor Party. Absolutely correct. And by the way, it's whole in the scene. He points to a bowl full of whole potatoes with just a little bit of lettuce surrounding it, and that's why he says it's potato salad in chunky style. By the way, all right, Case, what do we have?
You have our final pair of tickets to Joe Gatto's Night of Comedy. That's going to be on Thursday, January 19th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets go on sale today at 9 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
All right, a quick guest phone call because we don't have much time. We got to get Crumb Bum Cash, and I need to get my next stories in. But Dr. Mike Sirigliano's on the line. Dr. Mike.
Listen, most of my people rap me before I even talk, so I'll make it very quick.
All right.
Steve, we're doing sushi.
Yes.
Right? It's an experience, Kathy. It's wonderful. You get to taste all of these amazing flavors, and it's very healthy for you unless you get a parasite, but you don't.
Unless you get a parasite. So, Mike.
You go to a reputable place. Going to a good...
Oh, you're really selling this on
unless you get a parasite. So, Mike, do you want to reveal where you might be focusing us at when we have our debut sushi meal, or are you still working it?
Well, I have to think about
this
very, very carefully. But, there's a ton of wonderful places around here. Yeah. We're going to do it. And, look, I got you to eat an oyster.
You did. So I'm on board.
The sea when you ate that.
I did not like it. But to me, it's like a sea loogie. But it's still okay. Sushi seems to have more variety.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety.
You can get it cooked. You can get all kinds. It's an experience.
Yeah, you can get some tempura in there. You can get it where it's good. All right, thank you, Dr. Mike. We love you, Dr. Mike. Bye-bye. All right, let's get another clip and see if you can. Do we have time, Case?
We don't really, unless we just want to keep going till for another 12 minutes.
Do it.
And I think we can.
Do it. Stuff.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, all right. It's the extended connoisseur.
It's the extended connoisseur.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from. Here we go.
He's not
literally a catcher eating rye bread. It's more of a metaphor for a state of adolescent angst.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know that rye bread clip. All right, order up. All right, salad dressings.
Salad.
You have a lot in your, probably a lot in your fridge. What were you about to say?
Salad.
Salad.
No, I only have one salad dressing in my fridge.
Let me guess.
Okay.
Balsamic vinaigrette.
No.
I'm a big balsamic vinaigrette fan. Absolutely.
I forget the name of it. It's like an
Italian.
No, it's an apple cider vinegar
Okay.
type of dressing.
According to Kraft Sales, the most popular, ranch dressing is the most popular dressing in America.
Is it also one of the highest calorically?
Don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. They're all pretty high. I mean, like Thousand Island.
What about balsamic vinaigrette?
Love and chunky blue cheese, which I love. Those are way up there.
I think the creamy ones are.
Yeah.
Are
Balsamic is lower because it's vinegar and oil essentially, and you throw in some pepper and stuff like that. I make my own dressings a lot.
Preston, I can make a balsamic vinaigrette.
Really?
It's actually really good. Yeah.
Make me some. All right. I want some of
easy.
Kathy's own.
It's like 3 ingredients.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
easy to make.
Usually I have tips on how to eat things higher in calories, but I have a really great tip for you guys for almost zero calorie salad dressing. You got to find yourself a nice fresh salsa that tastes great on its own, and then you use that salsa as a salad dressing. I'm telling you, it is great. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you know what I do sometimes is just squeeze a lemon.
That's it.
Yeah.
The lemon. But I gotta add
that.
some oil in there too, but. Lemon, oil, salt, and pepper can make a nice little light salad
How
dressing.
about water, salt, and pepper?
You can do that too.
Yeah.
So, yes, classic ranch is the most popular in 13 states, including Virginia, Georgia, Florida, Wisconsin, and Maryland. Now, this is interesting. In the northeast parts of the country, Catalina is almost just as popular as ranch. That's also, I think Catalina and French are pretty much the same salad
I was
dressing.
at the Catalina dressing mixer. And
the effing Catalina.
the effing Catalina dressing mixer.
And Thousand Island and Zesty Italian took 3rd and 4th place nationally. I think Thousand Island is an overlooked salad dressing that is fantastic.
Love it.
Surprisingly, raspberry vinaigrette took first place in Texas and Arizona.
I do like raspberry vinaigrette.
And South Dakota can't seem to decide between coleslaw or creamy poppy seed dressing.
Stupid bastards.
Coleslaw dressing?
That's not a salad dressing.
No.
And there are a variety of different coleslaws. You can get vinegar-based coleslaws or ones that are creamy coleslaws.
Oh, I don't like coleslaw.
Anybody go salad dressing free? No dressing whatsoever?
No.
Bubba.
Yep.
Kathy's husband does.
Me too.
You enjoying your grass over there, Kathy?
I like a little bit of onion.
I can't stand that.
Like you mentioned before, a little lemon squeeze, and I'm good to go.
Okay.
I don't need a dressing.
All right. Well, that technically the lemon is a dressing.
Lemon squeeze, yeah.
Okay.
Squeezy peasy.
But anyhow, it's ranch reigns supreme. And Casey, we're not even gonna touch on your relationship with ranch. My next story has to do with pizza. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but we are now going to see if we can get an answer and find out what movie this particular food clip is from.
He's not literally a catcher eating rye bread. It's more of a metaphor for a state of adolescent angst.
All right, we go to Joe to see if he knows the answer. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Rye bread.
Well done.
Joe, what movie is it?
Big Fat Liar.
Yes. Hang on a second. Got goodies for you. What is it?
Joe, we got a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger Hard Charge Tea. Sometimes the easiest choice is the hardest. Introducing Voodoo Ranger's Hard Charge Tea with 7% ABV in every delicious sip.
All right, another movie clip. What is this from?
Little citrus. Maybe some strawberry. Passion fruit. And, there's just like the faintest soupçon of like asparagus, and there's just a flutter of like a nutty Edam cheese.
Wow. Strawberries, yeah.
Good.
Strawberries.
Yeah.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. What movie is that from? All right, order up. As I said, this is a pizza story.
All right.
According to a study that was done, 5,000 adults, 74% of Americans would eat pizza for any meal of the day.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's so they're saying even breakfast, which is no big deal to us.
Absolutely.
We just had Lorenzo's in here, and Giuseppe brought by tons of different pizzas, and we had those for breakfast.
I assume that pizza, and I think you've had to discuss this at some point. What is the most universally
accepted food around the world? Maybe.
Yeah, or maybe in the United States, I think, right? Pizza?
Definitely in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, pizza and the burgers and Frankfurters.
I told you guys this story. I saw a documentary series. I forgot what it was called, but it was essentially it was pioneering businesses of some type, and it broke down different categories, and one of them was pizza. And they went into detail how, believe it or not, it was Pizza Hut that created the pizza phenomenon in the United States. Like, it was...
What am I talking about? I am talking about the need to eat pizza.
It was little known before Pizza Hut got a hold of it. There were pizzerias in New York and Little Italy, but it didn't take off until
to become that. I'm gonna order a pizza.
And it was almost when it was introduced, it was novelty. It was like it was an event to take to your family to go out and everybody eat with their hands.
Right.
And just have this thing where there's a big, it's family style. Everything's in the middle. You grab at it and stuff like that.
I can see that.
It was unique for its time, and they were integral in getting the phenomenon to spread. So
and red cups.
According to this survey, 25% surveyed love pizza so much that they would serve it at their wedding. I was just at a wedding where we had pizza served.
Likewise, and you know where everyone went when they announced it? Out to the pizza.
They what?
In a pizza truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool. So pepperoni, sausage, mushroom, and Parmesan cheese are among the nation's most favorite toppings. Northeastern states tend to favor sausage over pepperoni. So that's us.
Where are the sausages?
Where are they? They're in the Northeast.
Oh, okay.
So,
Where are the sausages?
Texas, Maryland, Maine, and Hawaii prefer mushrooms on their pizza.
Huh.
I'm a big fan of that.
Oh, so Hawaiian people don't like Hawaiian-style pizza?
No,
they don't?
They're smart.
Okay.
No, I'm by the survey.
I don't know. It says they prefer mushrooms on their pizza. So
I got you.
It doesn't. It touches on pineapple here in a second. Standout states include New Hampshire, whose residents love a slice with blue cheese and buffalo sauce.
Ooh,
okay.
all right.
And Washington State residents who replace the tomato sauce with pesto.
So we go to a place called Evo's, which is close to us, and they're pretty phenomenal. And we'll get spinach often, and then sometimes chicken. But that's about as extravagant as I go.
So the average person. I'm sorry. One last stat, Nick. The average person can eat 5 slices by themselves in a single sitting.
Oh, what?
If you're putting, I think,
not at Lorenzo's.
No, for Christ's sake, you'd have to be. The defibrillators would have to come out.
Yeah, I could do 5, no problem. Steve, did you sort of blanch at Hawaiian pizza?
Not a big fan.
I'm surprised by that because you like pineapple.
I do. I love pineapple.
Yeah.
I like raisins.
I do like raisins.
I like Hawaiian pizza.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
And Preston, you mentioned pesto, and I'm behind you guys. I'm catching up on The Bear and that scene where they do the deep dish pizza served in a really fancy restaurant, and the guy puts a little pesto sauce on it and then bring it out, to the people sitting at the table. I thought that was
such
really
a great scene where they go out to this place and
get
get
the deep dish
pizza that they love, and then the actual top level chef then just dresses it up in a way. If you don't watch The Bear and are not famished by the time an episode's over, you're not paying attention.
Respondents, by the way, Nick, said that the worst toppings were avocado, eggplant, pineapple, and fried chicken.
Oh, I disagree. All right.
I disagree.
Whatever.
He's like, put anything on pizza. It's good.
Would you like an avocado, eggplant, pineapple, fried chicken pizza?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not an
Nick, there was a
guy.
dead mouse on that pizza. I actually liked it.
All right.
Was it barbecue?
Let's see if someone knows what clip this is from, and then we got to get to Crumb Bum Cash here. Here we go.
A little citrus. Maybe some strawberry. Passion fruit. And, there's just like the faintest soupçon of asparagus, and there's just a flutter of like a nutty Edam cheese.
Wow. Strawberries, yeah.
Good.
Strawberries.
All right, let's go to Jim. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Bucksco.
Yeah. He's a Bucksco, man. All right. Jim, what movie is that from, please?
I believe it's Sideways.
It is Sideways. Paul Giamatti doing most of the dialogue there. And we got something for you. What we got, Case?
All right, we have a pair of tickets for the Philadelphia Orchestra Presents Music of Superheroes. It's going to be tomorrow, Saturday, October 14th at Verizon Hall, with pre-concert activities beginning at 10 a.m. Wow, at 10 a.m. It's an action-packed concert event for the whole family with a costume contest, pop-up comic book shop, and exhibit appearances by your favorite heroes and more. Tickets are on sale right now.
Nice.
Was that back-to-back Giamatti clips? Was it Big Fat Liar into Sideways?
Yes.
They're both Giamatti movies.
That wasn't him in Big Fat Liar,
it was
though.
the kids in that one. But still.
But yes, you are correct. He's so great in that movie. Yeah. He's so great in both of those
In Big
movies.
Fat Liar, he's great. Especially when he's dyed blue.
Oh, my God. He does a scene before he's dyed blue. Is right before that. He goes out to the pool to go swimming, and his character's name is Marty Wolf.
Yeah.
And they're playing Hungry Like the Wolf, and he does this dance. It's so damn funny. That's an underrated movie. I love it.
And he keeps Jaleel White is his
he keeps calling him Urkel. All right, looking at the clock, we can do Crumb Bum Cash in 5, 4, 3, because we have to do it right at 10, or 8. That'll be 2 hours from now.
Yes.
1, here we go.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
All right, the word is money. It's what we're after, right, gang? Money. M-O-N-E-Y. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do it. Enter it at WMMR.com through the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it's all sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is money, M-O-N-E-Y. Enter it right now. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, and we'll get to the bizarre file, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
Every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby.
This is a Toby, right?
Yeah, that's a Toby.
Yeah.
The Toby.
Is that what it's called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No. It's the Toby.
I don't know.
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the Danny?
The Danny or the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need to have it done? I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah, we only have
an wig.
We only have 2 more left. Let's bring him in. Let's see Steve's third wig of the morning. Wow, man.
It is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, and that's
little
real
bit of
hair.
gray.
What's that?
A little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like either
I think I'm ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere, maybe.
She gave me 3 options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the 3 hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do look like the man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What's
Kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling. And I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair? First thing that comes to your mind.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Chet Wainwright.
All right.
Dr. Chet Wainwright?
Yeah, Dr. Chet Wainwright.
PhD.
Yeah.
What are you a doctor?
Not DDS?
Gynecologist.
Of course.
The
It would be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All right,
out there.
now put the headphones on, and we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and
no
so that's the
sideburns,
one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
What happened was that they extracted me from the pod in the Matrix too quickly,
Yeah.
and I hadn't fully formed.
I like this the
Put your
best.
headphones on.
All right.
Let's see how this looks.
I have hair over my ears, which is weird.
That looks real,
Let me see.
Steve.
Look at me. Can you look at me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Wait,
Doctor?
wait. Say, hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
All right, do it again.
Boys, all right, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh, my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so.
It's an African-American wig.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's just like a $1,500 wig. And this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for office.
So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look-see.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, dude, Steve. Oh,
Out of sight.
Yeah. That looks real.
It looks pretty real. I think this looks the realest. Apparently, I would be a really good black dude.
It's a tight curl.
You know what this reminds me of, though? And see if this frames you a little bit. Like Mr. Brady.
A little bit.
A little Mr. Brady in the latter part of the series.
Okay.
Sort of what they would call an Isro.
Yeah. No, you know what it looks like? It looks like my friend Nolan, who's Jewish.
Now, Peter, Bobby, someone broke that vase.
All right. So, other than the Brady affectation, what kind of can you need to look at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Take a look and see what name, what voice, what your style is going to be.
Wesley Python. You like that?
Yes.
I love the name, Wesley Python.
My name's Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley Python.
So are you kind of? Oh, then you're kind of like a Billy D.
I'm like a Billy D.
Okay.
I'm like a malt liquor drinking.
All right.
Wannabe.
Yeah. Smooth.
Wesley Python. Smooth.
Yeah.
I go down like my ladies.
Hang on, I want to try something else. Yo, Wesley.
Is that good?
No, he's Isaac from the Love Boat.
Yeah.
I'll do it again.
Yeah. Yo, Wesley.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, there we go.
I love
even
it.
better.
Oh, that looks good.
Hey, all you boppers out there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Wigapalooza on the Preston Steve Show.
From Funkadelic. Wesley Python with you. Let's get the funk on.
Hey, Wesley, do you have a
Hey,
favorite?
if you want to hear the song, send me a fax.
Do you have a favorite
that'd
so
be
far?
a self-addressed stamped envelope,
Yeah.
probably.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I'll try to get it on for you in 3 weeks when it arrives.
Do you have a favorite so far?
What was that, little man?
Do you have a favorite wig so far?
Let me see. I'm kind of like, for the one that looks the most real, this one.
Yeah, right.
And the last one. They're both the ones made with human hair. The synthetics, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
I'm thinking the Chet was my favorite.
Chet,
The Chet was good.
I'm the man with the plan.
Last birthday I saw is an actor named Adam Devine. And
Yes.
he was in Pitch Perfect. So,
Yeah.
Casey, I'm sure you got something queued up. Is this him singing?
No, this is actually Ben Platt singing. He took over for Adam Devine because Adam left the band to go be a backup singer for John Mayer, if you recall, in that particular movie.
Okay, so this is the end of the movie, and they do that song Magic.
Yeah.
You love this version of it.
Oh, my
so
God, dude.
that's why
I
we're
get
playing
so
it.
welled up.
Do it. Play it. I want to see you cry. He went on. He also had a role on Modern Family for a while.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I like him. He's good.
He's very funny.
Good, cool, comedic actor. He was also in a movie that I like a lot, The Intern.
Yep.
And he was in Why Him. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. So here we go.
All of it, man. Like, it just builds to a crescendo, and these guys, and then the Barton Bellas, and I just get so happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
There's also a scene in Madagascar 3
Oh, my God.
where I think it's the hippo.
That's when the series hits its stride.
Oh, my God. When the hippo comes out and like, because they're working towards this big show, this big circus, and then the hippo comes out and Firework is playing from Katy Perry, and I got so happy that I started crying.
Listen, it's very impactful. I think even Gene Simmons got a little teary-eyed.
That hippo makes the appearance in Madagascar 3. You need to understand it's the culmination of everything. This very large creature you would not think would be so adroit on the stage wows everyone, including a group of meerkats.
Even kind of, stone-hearted Gene Simmons crumbled to that.
Melted this icy heart. My face, I was smiling so hard, my surgically reattached face slid off my skull.
Oh my
There's another crescendo.
There's an incredible scene where a platypus sings, "I was made for loving you."
What were you going to say?
I can't well, I just know it's at the end of the new Muppets movie that has Jason Segel in it.
Right.
Because they're doing this like telethon to save this theater. Something, is it the chickens? I don't know.
What's happening?
Of course, the famous chicken scene.
I get so happy. Yes, they're doing the Gnarls Barkley song.
Oh,
it's FU?
Yes.
Okay. When they do that again, I'm so happy that I start crying. I don't know why.
It's just the way
I cry out of happiness sometimes. Back to you, Preston.
From this made you cry? That one did?
I don't know. Maybe I was
Do you want to bawl like a little girl?
Yeah.
You want to see a chipmunk sing Gnarls Barkley? Now that's incredible.
Oh my God.
It's just a crescendo, and when it gets to that part, I don't know why I'm.
You
so
like
happy.
those? You like
I
those?
Love it.
Tug at the heartstrings.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, how about at the end of Coco, where he's singing the song to the grandmother, Coco? That one puts me in absolute tears. Now, it's a little different than a chicken singing Gnarls.
You gotta understand, it's a crescendo that builds to that, right?
Okay.
It's there's a whole like sequence, and then it gets to the chicken singing.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have it on the video screen. Now that I see it, yes, wow, what a tearful moment.
Those incredibly talented chickens.
Well, the holiday season begins in earnest when Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives. Showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be? When she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turns you on.
She bites her lower lip like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Activities.
So
Floral and Hardy.
And she followed that up with, ew, don't ever say that.
Because it came from you. That's weird.
I know. And on Wednesday,
Oh my God, I'm so moist. Winter activities. This year including Hanukkah and Ramadan.
All right, and on Wednesday, even the 64-year-old admits that the list has gotten a wee bit out of hand in recent years. She said, these days, choosing my favorite things makes me a little cuckoo. What started as an organic extension of wanting to treat people to some of the things I truly love has turned into an annual list that takes a team to curate. I then go through every item, picking my favorites and narrowing the selection to my own. It's a process, but because it's important to me to remain as true to my original inspiration as possible. My guideline, do I really like it enough to want to receive it myself? So that's how she decides what's going to be on here.
WMMR.
All right, before we do the Bizarre File, which we're running late for, and I apologize, we must officially welcome our Friday with the band Froggy. And by the way, we have about a minute and a half left for you to enter the word money for Crumb Bum Cash. Just a last reminder there. The word is money, M-O-N-E-Y. Now we can do that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk, want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military. Family owned and operated. You can visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. We will start with this. Shannon and Stetson Parker were celebrating their 10th anniversary on a sightseeing train trip through Colorado this weekend when they spotted a strange figure along a distant hillside. Shannon asked Stetson what he thought it could be, and he joked and said, "I don't know, it's Bigfoot." Well, Shannon quickly grabbed her Nikon camera and snapped some photos. Another passenger named Brandon, whom they didn't even know previously, began taking a video. And as they reviewed the footage, which went viral when it was shared by Out There Colorado, they realized that Stetson's initial guess might not have been far off. They captured what appeared to be a large, lumbering creature with brown hair, walking with a human-like gait along the hillside.
And not planned at all.
It eventually squats down near a patch of foliage. Stetson estimates they spotted the figure about 10 miles from the closest human settlement. The narrow-gauge sightseeing train departs from Durango, Colorado to Silverton before returning again to Durango. I want to take this trip sometime. It's beautiful.
Oh, it looks gorgeous. So I don't normally associate the Sasquatch population with this kind of terrain, right? This doesn't look like their normal.
I don't know, man.
I mean, well, what we've been told is their normal area.
Yeah, so
either you're up in the snow like a Yeti, or you're in the forest.
It looks like a person in a hairy suit.
No, really?
To me. And to be honest, you know what my initial reaction is? That these people, I think it's somebody out there doing it. I don't think these people are in on it. I think that somebody was just out there hoping, pretending to be, and they know that the train goes by.
If I was going to rent a damn costume and wander around out there, I'd pay someone on the at least someone to go, "Hey, look at that."
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe not them though. Maybe they're the suckers.
Stetson explained the images are somewhat grainy because it's Shannon's camera. I'm a
Bigfoot, you moron!
Was zoomed in to its maximum limit. Brandon's camera, too, is set at 9 times zoom on a moving train, no less. Stetson said that he's no conspiracy theorist and he welcomes feedback from experts, but who might be able to offer a conventional explanation for what he saw. But until then, he's a true believer. Now, I said I tried to immediately debunk what I was looking at right in front of me, but I couldn't identify anything that seemed similar to it.
Well, at least they had the coloring that, like, in the area, it would seem to be colored in the environment it's in, which would be. Do you think they ever use mass transit? Do you think they'd ever use a train?
I think they're uncomfortable. They're so big.
Yes,
tough to fit on those.
And they're shy from and they spread their spore all over the place. You don't want that on a train.
No.
But I thought I heard that same guy thought he saw a llama when he was driving down Belmont Avenue.
Oh, just like you did.
I took a video of the llama this morning on my way in.
I see it every morning, and I still see it. Like, I see it as the llama.
I'll show you my video as soon as we're done with the bizarre file. All right, in Michigan, a man accused of pleasuring himself in public allegedly had methamphetamines and a cucumber when he was arrested.
Okay, so how does the cucumber come into play here?
The 45-year-old Dearborn Heights man is one of 3 men who were seen.
Oh, that's for my butt.
Pleasuring himself in the town within a week, by the way. It's unclear what he was doing with the cucumber. He's the only suspect who has been arrested. The suspect is facing charges of aggravated indecent exposure and others because he had the methamphetamines. One of the other incidents happened on Sunday when a man was caught on video while pleasuring himself in a blue Honda CR-V in the parking lot of O.W. Best Middle School. He opened the car door, revealing that he was fully nude. And on Monday, a man was seen pleasuring himself while fully nude with the car door open at Hines Park. Police are investigating whether this is part of a social media challenge or other trend.
Or perhaps some sort of automobile promotion.
Maybe. Parents whose children attend a Miami school are displeased after their kids were shown part of a new horror movie, leaving the children distraught. Michelle Diaz said that her 4th grade twins were shown nearly 30 minutes of Winnie the Pooh, Honey and Blood.
I've seen
a horror film featuring childhood favorite Winnie the Pooh, the twist being that he's a homicidal maniac. The students were connected with a mental health counselor afterwards.
Yeah, it could be traumatic.
The movie, which came out this year and received a 3% score on Rotten Tomatoes, shows a deranged Pooh and Piglet on a killing spree. The film hit theaters after the characters from Winnie the Pooh became public domain. The unrated horror flick was shown to students by a careless teacher, Diaz said. The students had selected the film. She said he didn't stop the movie, even though the kids were saying, hey, stop the movie. We don't want to see this. Diaz met with the charter school principal and said she felt completely abandoned by the school. In a statement, the school said the academy has become aware that a segment of a horror movie was shown to fourth graders that was not suitable for the age group. Our administration promptly addressed the issue directly with the teacher and has taken appropriate action to ensure the safety and well-being of our students. We're actively monitoring the students, and our mental health counselor and principal have already met with those students who have expressed concern.
This was a lazy horror movie. They had something they could have done, but they didn't do it. There's one that actually features the banana splits that is much better.
Okay, but they showed it to a group of fourth graders. Whether it's a lazy horror movie or not, it's got some horrific imagery in it. Listen to this. I didn't know this was possible. The body of no, that's not the right one.
No.
Hang on, that's the wrong one. That's a dude died. I'll get to that one later
okay.
on. I want to end with a good one. Yeah, a Quebec woman is thriving with a liver that is more than 100 years old. The story began with Audrey Deschanel. She went for a solo backpack trip 2 decades ago when she was 19. She left Toronto in perfect health, but started experiencing fatigue on the trail. She passed out, only to be found by David Blythe, whom she had met just 2 days before. He said, I rolled in, and there she is on the floor. She's as yellow as you'd want to be.
Look, I just hit a Bigfoot with my car. Let's take its liver.
She said, I got in a big panic and scooped her up and started running for the hospital. It turned out that she was suffering from acute fulminant hepatitis, a rare syndrome that results in rapid tissue death of the liver. She was lucky. There was a match, and though she's now 39 years old, her liver is much older. She said, my liver is 108 years old.
Wow.
Her donor was an 88-year-old man. And
was it taken by force?
According to a transplant surgeon, Dr. Presanto Chaudhary, he said 108 is old for a liver. The oldest donor we've had in Quebec is 92 years old, and that liver is still doing well. The liver has a natural ability to regenerate.
Wow.
So there's no clear limit on how far a liver can go.
I never knew that.
No, neither did I. The story goes beyond the hospital surgery room. Though Blythe had just met her, he never left. The two later married and have been together for 20 years. But I had no idea that a transplanted body part could last that long.
And apparently the liver is, I guess, when, you have to take the medication to stop an organ from being rejected by the body, but the liver is more readily accepted by the human body when it's transplanted?
Not really sure.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to take this opportunity to mention that a friend of ours, John Dorenzi, is looking for a kidney transplant.
Yes, he is.
He's one of the greatest people we know. He's helped out with so many things throughout the years. A lot of these big parties that we have, John helped us put on because of his work with local beer companies.
Yeah.
And so he needs a living kidney donor if possible. And we have a link on PrestonandSteve.com. If you're interested to see if you're a match, you can definitely take a look there. But there's going to be an event to promote organ donation and in support of John. And this is going to be at Chickies and Pete's on November 18th, the South Philly location on Packer
November
Avenue.
18th?
November 18th.
All right.
Yep, correct.
John's going to be in studio on Monday, so we're going to talk to him a little bit more about it and what he needs exactly. And then we're also Preston going to have a person in, from the program, donors1.org, and they're going to talk about how critical organ donation is. So that's going to be Monday morning around 9 a.m.
All right, and then one more quick plug for a charity thing, if you guys don't mind.
No, by all means.
I got this from Holly Havens, who has helped out with our blood drive in the past. She works for a local nonprofit organization called The Joy of Socks, which I love that name. She said, we collect and distribute new socks for men, women, and children experiencing homelessness. She said, our warehouse is located in Phoenixville. We work with shelters, soup kitchens, clinics, et cetera, all across Philly and the U.S., actually around the world. And she said, since our founding in 2010, we have distributed 988,000 pairs of socks, which means that we're only 12,000 pair away from reaching 1 million. And we are hoping to achieve this goal during Socktober.
There you go. It's all coming together.
Which is right now. So I sent the information over to you, Nick. If you can post that, that would be great. The website is tjos.org, which stands for The Joy of Socks. Think of the joy of sex.
Yes.
But The Joy of Socks, tjos.org. And if you can donate a pair of socks, that would be wonderful.
I was unaware of how important, well, obviously, socks to someone who's homeless or
yes.
That can really make a difference. I know it might seem to you to be a sort of a frivolous thing, but it does make a world of difference.
Most definitely. So the Joy of Socks, TJOS.org. If you can donate, that'd be great. They're trying to hit 1 million socks, and I think we can put them there. So, all right, just wanted to mention that. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. When we return, Duncan Trussell is going to be at Helium Comedy Club, is going to be in our studio. And we got several other guests before we were done as well. So be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
She's a multi. What is she, a billionaire now at this point?
Yeah. But she still likes fun stuff.
Yeah.
You know, little
Maseratis.
Yeah, little Maseratis you can play with. Perhaps the most infantile is a onesie sweatsuit for adults, dubbed the jumpsuit. In L.A., relax.
I already have one.
Onesie, we're running $168.
I have one that has Michael Dukakis' picture on it.
Yes. Like a onesie for grown-ups, this jumpsuit is a pleasure to wear on a long trip because you can curl up in it and still look fresh when you get where you're going. The stripe down the leg sure does slenderize as well, she says.
Hey, have you seen anything that's this year's Snuggie? You remember like a couple of Christmas seasons ago?
I have. Did you see it's like an oversized hoodie sweatshirt?
No, I have not seen it.
That you can kind of like snuggle into.
So like you can pull it all the way up over you and everything?
So you know how like you and I don't do things like this, or like guys, we don't like cuddle up on the couch and crawl up into like a little ball, right? and sit up straight. So it's meant for girls
who bend their knees, and I know
who bend their knees.
So pull the end of it down over like a full blanket. I got you.
Yeah, like kind of put the legs over to the side.
I sit like this with like.
Yeah, it's called a huggle. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there it is.
The huggle hoodie.
Huggle hoodie.
Case, go do it on our couch.
I can. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
I can't bend my knees up like that. I do pull my arms into my shirt from time to time, though.
Yeah, you do in meetings sometimes too.
Yeah,
what I found out on
there are a couple things. The hand tuck under the thighs as you're sitting there.
Yep.
I like to build a pillow wall along my sides to keep airflow at a minimum.
Right.
And when you really want to get in cozy mode.
Yeah.
So that way I can sit down and fall asleep during the shows I'm watching.
Yeah, right, exactly. Case, this looks like a good idea for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just start to sweat and like would not be able to get out of it.
I'm stuck.
I'm dying in here.
I bend my legs. I'm stuck.
He's like, I can't breathe. Holy Jesus. I need water.
Start having a panic attack.
Yes.
I love when you go, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
So those are Oprah's, some of her favorite things this year.
Okay.
What about the $1 billion? Is that one of her favorite things? No.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah. All right.
Morning,
okay.
Mickey.
Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
who could ask for anything more?
Let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were
I had a job once.
A jazz club?
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just give me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle?
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
right?
And ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very. What should I say? Honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even
It's a
people.
good thing.
But people who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. That's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove, and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer, because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now, and I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead, because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band, and I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speaker, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was going to do it. And then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played slides with lighter
didn't go
fluid.
full Hendrix on
and I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. I couldn't do it. But he almost lit his guitar on fire, so I knew right then he was okay.
Wow. I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts are.
No.
It was very, very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever.
Okay.
He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask.
Spice the season and savor every moment.
Exactly.
Is that what we're doing?
Sincerely,
a lot of
Acme.
syllabants.
Yes. I think I know we're going to welcome our guest, but I think there's a phone call we have to go to.
It's emergency.
Yes, this is an emergency. Hi, Joe, emergency hotline. How are you?
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you. Joe, why do we have the pleasure of speaking to you this morning?
No Sad Bro Friday. I just won $1,000.
Wow. Our winner for Crumb Bum Cash this morning is Joe. Joe, what is your last name?
Scott.
Joe Scott, and where are you from, bud?
Levittown.
Levittown. Bucks go.
What section, Joe?
Great. Golden Ridge.
Golden Ridge. Okay, I'm eligible.
You know well? Okay.
Right at 5 points. You know where I'm at.
How many sections are there, by the way? There's like a dozen, isn't there?
There's more than a dozen. Yeah,
Wow.
there are a lot
Yes,
of sections.
definitely.
That's if you say you're from Levittown, it's what section?
What section?
That's where you used to score your Coke.
No, it was smack. All right, Joe, we are happy to give you $1,000, man. Thank you so much for listening. You going to do anything special this weekend?
Yeah. Well, it's a good way to start out your Friday the 13th.
I love it. Yeah.
Have a
Screw
movie
that Friday the
marathon
13th stuff. Yeah.
Do it the Jason Voorhees way.
All right, Joe. Congrats, buddy. Thanks, man. Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it. All right, we'll see you. There you go. That simple. Next time at 10 a.m.
Quick story about Levittown. I actually just sent the article to Pancake on phillyburbs.com. They posted a house. You guys are familiar with William Levitt. He built these communities.
There's a Levittown in New York.
There's a Levittown in New York. They were all the same. None of them have basements.
Right.
Anyway, one of them up for sale for $700,000.
Oh, yeah.
In Levittown. Like
They've modded them like crazy.
People's minds are blown that there's
split level?
They're like a ranch.
It's called no, this is called a Jubilee, so it does have a second floor.
All right.
Okay.
But I mean,
Interesting.
that's like unreal.
Little Bucksco knowledge for you this morning, Levittown. All right, our next guest is in the studio. He's going to be appearing at Helium Comedy Club through the weekend. Tomorrow's 7:30 show, by the way, is sold out.
Well, and the tickets are going to go.
Absolutely. And we would like to welcome Duncan Trussell to the show. Hey, Duncan, how you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Nice to see you.
Duncan, I wish you had been in during the Bizarre File because I'm a fan of you, and you'd done a show with Joe Rogan a while ago.
Yes.
Joe Rogan, was it Questions Everything?
Joe Rogan questions everything.
Right, and one of the subjects was Bigfoot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so where do you stand on the Bigfoot issue now, I don't know if you saw this footage that came out of Colorado.
Oh, wow. It's great footage.
Yeah.
You know, before we started shooting that show,
right,
Joe and I think were Bigfoot believers.
Okay.
And then after, we're like, no, I'm not sure there's a Bigfoot. Because they took us, you know what it's called, looking for Bigfoot?
Yes,
It's called squatching.
Squatching.
Sounds like something you get when you eat bad food in Mexico. It's disgusting sounding. Squatching. It's not the right name for looking for like a cryptid.
Yeah.
It should be a cooler name. They put us in the woods with these squatchers.
I remember the episode, yeah.
And we ended up deep in the woods, and then suddenly it's like it starts dawning on us. We're just in the woods with two guys we don't know who believe in Bigfoot. With like knives. You know what I mean? Deep in the woods.
But I agree with you, though. I find it fun to entertain the notion because we don't know everything.
No.
Who knows? But we're pretty sure. But still, that little percentage. You know, we used to do ghost hunts all the time, with the listeners.
Sure.
Never saw a goddamn thing. Everyone else, Preston and I'd be like, we'd go, oh, come in here. And Preston and I'd go into the room and there was nothing.
Yeah.
But still, just the percentage is a fun thing. Do you approach it that way? Is a door mildly open on Bigfoot for you, or is it closed shut completely?
I'm always going to leave the Bigfoot door cracked.
Just a bit.
You got to leave it a little bit, but and why not? Who knows? I don't know, but I will tell you, these squatchers had figured out a way to see Bigfoot and everything. Because as we're on this hike, and by the way, this is probably gonna offend people. I don't like hiking. I don't like it when people invite me hiking. I get mad because then you have to say no, and it makes you seem, and they're like, you don't like nature, you don't love the earth, and so one benefit of believing in Bigfoot is that it makes hiking fun. Because you can be out there and imagine, did I just see a Bigfoot?
Right.
But they'd figured it out. Like, Bigfoot, this is what they told us on the course of this very uncomfortable hike. Bigfoot can make perfect bird sounds. Bigfoot can sound like the wind.
Oh my
Bigfoot
God.
can turn into frogs.
Oh
so
my
you see a frog, might be Bigfoot.
So,
everything, all nature sounds could theoretically be Bigfoot.
That's a big cover. That's a big umbrella.
Oh yeah.
So I had not heard. Was that in the episode, the frog transform thing? Because I'd never heard that before. That they believe Bigfoot can be other animals.
I'm
and
guessing they
shape-shifting?
cut it out
Okay,
to put a little credibility there, and so because they're realizing we found these guys on Craigslist. They are blasted. They've been eating mushrooms.
Yeah. Some sort of psychedelics. But you know what'll happen is, and I'll watch all these things, and I love them, and I love the absurdity, and I love when something is obviously not, and I still enjoy it. But what happens is that every second 100 hours of viewing, you'll see one thing that'll be like, and suddenly the flame is lit again. You know, even though everything is telling you this is absurd,
right?
You know, and speaking of that, I wanted to ask you because I know you've gone to the Zach Baggins. Is it Baggins or Bagans? To Travel Channel,
the
Ghost
Zach
Hunter.
Baggins Haunted Museum
In Las Vegas. Are you guys, this is the guy with the crazy, like, big, thick glasses. He does all this. Travel Channel, he dominates on the weekend. His show is hilarious because you want to talk about people who see ghosts everywhere. That's this guy and his whole group. So this museum is a collection of, like, explain what it is. I'm sorry.
Okay. No offense to Zach Baggins fans out there. Don't go to the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum. You want to see like John Wayne Gacy's diaper? Go to the Zach Baggins Museum if you're into that stuff.
Right.
Like a tuft of Charles Manson's hair, disgusting bandages that were worn by victims of serial killers. Great, but the thing with
is the vibe like that room that you see in The Conjuring where they have all this collection of cursed and sort of, is that the idea?
It's filled with cursed items, but that's not what's scary about the Zach Baggins Museum. What's scary about the Zach Baggins Museum, it's like a 7,000-hour tour in a poorly ventilated ancient building that, to me, I'm pretty sure there's like a mold problem there. That's just my sense of it. And there's cameras everywhere.
Right.
So you're walking through this hot building and you're like looking at like disgusting, oh, these are the syringes this guy poked in the eyeballs of people. And there's, I think there's, I don't know, again, this is my own opinion. It feels like there's mold. So guess what happens? People start passing out, right? You're going to pass out.
Right.
So people pass out because there's, you know, the only place where there's water is right next to the John Wayne Gacy display. So if you want water, you're going to be drinking it next to scary, cursed items. So people pass out. And then if you pass out because you signed a form, they use your pass out footage as you're waiting in line.
Like
to
you're
get
possessed?
Right.
Like you're overwhelmed by the...
Overwhelmed by the ghost of Gacy. No, you inhaled fungal spores. And the only place to drink water was like next to this display of the most horrific stuff you've ever seen. So
how diabolical.
Diabolical. Brilliant in its own way, but wouldn't recommend.
All right, well, speaking of traveling around and things to see and not to see, I actually, for the first time ever, Duncan, in the history of the show, I got a letter from one of our interns who couldn't be here today, who wanted specifically to ask you a question. Okay?
Oh, my God, yeah.
So
Never
this is from intern Gavin.
Okay.
And I'll read this verbatim.
All right.
He came in here yesterday. He's like, man, I heard you're having Duncan in tomorrow. Can I send you a question to ask? Yeah, sure. I'll ask him a question. So this is how he writes it. It says, read to Duncan Trussell, please and thank you. Hey, Duncan, how's it going? I should start by saying I'm a huge fan of yours, and I'm super bummed I couldn't be in the studio this morning to meet you. As we speak, I am barreling across Interstate 40 in North Carolina to visit Asheville for the first time. And I know you have roots there. So, if it's not too much to ask, I want to hear the Duncan Trussell version of what to do in Asheville. Anything I absolutely can't miss while I'm there? Hopefully, Philly is treating you well. I know we're famous for being the nation's greatest a-holes, but I hope you experience some of our trademark brotherly love, too. Have a great show tomorrow night. Next time you're in town, I'll show out. That's the way he put it.
Show out.
Intern Gavin, bonus question. If the topic comes up, will there ever be a Midnight Gospel Season 2? That's from Gavin.
Your Netflix series.
What do you do in Asheville?
Hi, Gavin. What you should do in Asheville is get out of Asheville. Sorry. Gavin, get out of Asheville as quickly as you can. And what you do, though, if you you need to go up into Pisgah National Forest and deep up there in Pisgah National Forest, because what's fascinating about Asheville, and you know, I was the locust. Like, what happened is the pandemic hits.
Yeah.
Jerks like me think that we're gonna be Dave Koresh, get a compound, protect ourselves. We all move up to Asheville.
Wow.
And drive the property prices up. People in Asheville don't deserve that. It's a beautiful city, but suddenly they can't afford to live there. They're mad at us. This is Appalachia. This is deep
like the outskirts of Asheville. I knew a psychiatrist whose job was to go up in the hollers up there.
Yeah, hollers.
And talk to like people who are like having episodes. Like he told me, here's just one example of this guy's day. So one of his patients took a scythe, like a Grim Reaper scythe.
Yeah.
Was drunk on moonshine, went to his frenemies trailer and put the scythe through the side of the trailer, almost like cutting his head off.
Wow.
So that's
what he deals with.
outskirts of Asheville. That's like around Asheville is just exactly what you would imagine.
Yeah.
So
deliverance type stuff.
I mean, it makes Deliverance seem like a
Las Vegas.
lifetime, like Las Vegas. Thank you for finishing that. Anyway, when we first got out there and I was still in this like, yes, back to nature. I took my kid on a hike up into Pisgah in the morning to go see this waterfall. It's like 5 a.m. because it's a long drive up to get to the waterfall. And I'm driving down this gravel road deep in a national forest. And in front of me is a druid, like a guy in a robe.
Wow.
Holding a staff, walking. I mean, this isn't like we're right off the highway.
Right.
This is deep and it's dark. And like my kid's in the back seat, so I can't like seem like I'm terrified like I was. Couldn't figure out how to get to the waterfall.
Right.
So I stopped.
They asked the druid.
And asked the druid, like, Gandalf, do you know a way? I had to know also, like, what is this? He was a druid.
Well, Stonehenge to the Misty Mountains.
To the Misty
Waterfall.
No, he told me don't go to that waterfall. It's not a hike. He saw my kid. He's like, that's a terrible hike. But I was still in like new dad mode. So I'm like, we could do the hike, druid. And so we went to this like treacherous waterfall. Horrible hike.
So the druid was right.
The druid was right. On the way back, my boy slapped me in the face. He's like, "What have you done? Why didn't you listen to the druid? You've been in LA for 17 years, and a druid just told you don't do this hike, and you did it. So, but that, So that, as I found out later, there's a commune right in that area, and they believe in fairies, and they believe that part of Pisgah is thronging with entities and fairies. And I talked to it. We were trying to find a house, and the guy, I mentioned that I'd went up there, and he did a Friday the 13th style. Like, he got real serious. He's like, "What are you doing up there? Why are you going out there?" And I'm like, "What? What almost happened to us?"
It's the last thing you want to hear. There are fairy community. There are. So we've talked about this many times about going off the grid.
Yes.
Where like you go down to like Louisiana, you go into there are people that are living out way away from society. And my inclination is to think there's something bad happening here. Like you always think of that, Camp Crystal Lake thing.
Yeah.
It may not be, but that's the way we've been sort of primed to think.
Well, I mean, listen, I think that's a good thing. Like, I think, maybe it's not the best idea to go wandering into a deep mountain commune that believes in fairies. Like, it's either going to be the best day of your life or you're never coming
out. Or Wicker Man.
I'd rather hang out with the Bigfoot people than
the Squatchers.
Wander into the commune.
You'd rather hang out with the Bigfoot people than the fairy people.
Probably.
Well, to each his own, man.
Why? Who would you rather hang out with?
Listen,
the fairy
I don't
people?
think one precludes the other. I want to hang out with like the Bigfoot fairy people. I want it all.
Those who can see both sides.
Exactly.
Building bridges.
Building bridges between the Bigfoot and the fairies because they've been at war for so long.
It got
so
ugly.
Sad.
It got ugly.
So sad.
Yeah.
So to answer his second question, will there be a Midnight Gospel season 2?
No, there will not. No, that's it.
I'm not familiar with Midnight Gospel. Is that why there won't be a season 2?
I think you just summed it up, my friend.
What was the show about?
Well, the show was, I co-created it with Pendleton Ward, who made this wonderful show called Adventure Time. And
Absolutely.
So,
great.
Yeah. And so he, in the early days of podcasting, I was doing a podcast and we didn't know anything about it. We were doing it for fun. And then Pendleton emailed me saying, I love your podcast. And I thought it was a troll. I'm like, okay, yeah, you made Adventure Time, sure. But it was him. and we got to be friends. And then when I was like just a dead broke comic, I remember Pendleton said to me, "Hey, I have an idea for a show with your podcast." We went to coffee. He talked about this like crazy idea of like, there's a way to animate podcasts where you don't animate what they're saying, but what if they're just like having a podcast conversation in the middle of like an Indiana Jones style adventure.
Okay.
Right.
And so somewhere in the midst of that coffee, as I'm like, oh, this is it. Finally, things are changing, baby. This is the moment. He's like, I think I'm too busy to do a thing like this. I like had to like pretend like I wasn't about to cry. I'm like, no problem. I don't want to do a show with the creator of Adventure Time. I'll be fine. Go back to my sublet. But then years later, he reached out and he's like, I think I'm ready to do that show. And then we took this crazy pitch in to Netflix. It was Pendleton, and so they let us make this amazing show.
I heard about it out of the gate. It got some pretty good traction. I'm surprised they're not going to revisit this with all the stuff they do.
Well, it got great reviews. People loved it.
Yeah, it had a good buzz.
Yeah, but Netflix,
no one knows why they renew and don't renew. There's a whole article about the supposed metrics that they use, but they couldn't even decipher that.
Well, no, it's what it is they have this way, they have a way of quantifying interest, which is like in the basement of Netflix, there's a temple that has this rotating cube with weird symbols on it. And I don't like there's people in robes, they can interpret the cube, goat entrails. No, it's they want Stranger Things.
Yeah.
They don't want like a boutique show, even if it gets good reviews, and also not knocking Netflix because nobody else would have made it. Let us make this thing because it's so weird, and so I'll always love them, and I think it ended in a perfect way.
By the way, your voice, and I know you did some work with Adventure Time. Who did you voice, or what characters you voiced?
Ron James, a potion vendor.
Okay. One or more episodes, or
a few? I think two.
Because your voice is perfect for animation.
You're doing
Thank you.
You've got such a good
now.
delivery.
I'm doing Crapopolis now. It's on Sundays on Fox.
Is it part of the Animation Nation thing?
That's right.
Just a couple episodes have aired, but I like it. 3.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's so fun to work on that show. I mean, Hannah Waddingham's in it. So it's nuts. I got to like.
Did you get to meet her?
Well, we do table reads for each episode. So it's like a Zoom meeting, and I met her. She is so cool.
She's like 6'3", is she not?
Well, I don't know. It was a Zoom. I have no idea. I don't know what size she is.
That's one of those animated shows where I try to guess the voices before watching the credits afterwards because it's stacked with so many noted voiceover actors and comedians. How long ago did you record those for them to air now?
That's a good question. Yeah, so when I was still in Asheville, that's when I booked it, and so we started recording then, and it's been years, man.
Really?
And they
crazy.
They picked up 3 seasons before it even aired. Wow. And I started feeling, is this like some Truman Show thing? Like, how are we doing 3 seasons and it's not on TV? Like, I retweeted when they renewed. I retweeted. It was just dumb that they renewed it because I was so excited, and people were like, what? I've never seen this show. Because it hadn't aired yet.
It has the Rick and Morty connection, does it not? Or is this who's connected to this from
Harmon, Dan Harmon? That's the connection. Yeah,
right.
Community, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So it had. I remember reading it had a pedigree behind it, and it's sharply written. It's funny.
Thank you.
Yeah. So they always look for something to kind of put in that, and then they've been a number of failures. I think this has the right sort of tone. So have you moved ahead on shooting or voicing additional episodes?
No, we're recording
3 seasons.
We're recording the 3rd season right now.
Wow, you never hear about that.
No, I mean, there's a lot of unprecedented things about that show, which is like I think it's the first time a show's been renewed for 3 seasons without it airing.
Yeah.
When it came out, it got like insane numbers, which is really great. It's just it's a wonderful show. I mean, Harmon's a genius.
He is,
and he's got this incredible team of people around him, and it's just so fun to work with him.
You were talking about he's trying to fight crying, and when it looks like the project's not going to take off, and you've been very funny over the years talking about people say, "Oh, this has got to be the moment where it's going to break."
Yeah,
and that it doesn't happen, and that you have to get used to that.
That's right.
Was it Curb Your Enthusiasm? You were on that thought. Okay, now it's going to break, and okay, now
No, I did not think it would break with Curb Your Enthusiasm. Curb Your Enthusiasm happened because I was helping Jeff Garlin build a website, and he knew, like, I was like comedian broke. Like, comedian broke is comedians come to your house and they see that you have like deli meat in your refrigerator, and they're like, "Whoa, you got deli meat? Yeah,
I know you're
I got deli meat. I'm on the rise, baby." So Garland just threw me a bone because someone dropped out. He's like, "You want to shoot Curb tomorrow? It's just one line. It's nothing." But I was like, "Of course." And then suddenly there's Larry David, the god of comedy, so scary. Looks at my beard, gives me like the Larry David annoyed look, makes a shaving motion. Larry David made me shave my beard, and you can't say no to him.
No.
Like, that's like the lord of comedy.
Yeah.
So like I shaved my beard, shot this one tiny scene, but it was really cool to watch them do it.
You have a table of luminaries there, improvisation.
Kind.
Yeah.
I mean, fighting paralysis. It was so intense to be around them.
You stand out though. You in that second, you deliver the line. I forget who's the character's name, Mr. Takamoto or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It was so. I mean, it was just.
Wait, is it the swan episode?
The swan episode.
Oh my god!
The swan episode.
Larry kills a swan accidentally. Right?
That's it.
Yeah, and okay, it's a brilliant episode. And Richard Kind is from this area. We've had him on the show a couple of times.
No way.
Nicest guy on the planet.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone in that crew and on that show is so cool. And the crew, they truly improvise everything. And so when you look around as they're shooting scenes, the crew is like hands over their mouth to keep from laughing.
Wow.
Because if you laugh, you wreck the
Kill
scene. And it's that funny. Like every take was that funny. It was so cool to watch them.
The scripts are basically suggestions, right? Or with maybe some step-off lines, but otherwise that's it.
Index cards. Like they had index cards of the beats, and then they just improvise those beats. That's how they make the show.
Crazy.
I can't believe Larry David just did the shaving motion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like the royal shaving motion. Shave your beard, surf.
But you do it. You're smart. Of course.
You do it.
You bet your ass.
Yeah, you do it.
Reading some info here about you, Duncan. You've done a few episodes of Drunk History, but I was looking on your IMDb, and they don't have any of those credited. And I used to love that show. Which episodes were you on?
I've been on a few. I don't remember all of them.
Okay.
I did one of the early. I am the reason that Drunk History had to have a nurse on staff because we
did you get overwhelmed?
Tesla. It was a Tesla episode. I don't think it was on Comedy Central yet.
Okay.
And Derek, it's like whatever booze you want. And so I was trying to be cool. So, and it's Tesla, so I'm like, let's do absinthe. But I didn't look into the alcohol. I didn't even look at the alcohol content of the bottle. So I'm just throwing back absinthe like a Marilyn Manson, just slurping it back. And then all of a sudden, that's the episode. All of a sudden,
my God,
my mouth stopped working. Like I was clear as a bell, but my mouth wasn't working anymore.
Wow.
And I was so sick. It puked everywhere. And then after that, they had to have a nurse to take people's, to breathalyze people because I OD'd on absinthe.
Well, I wonder also with the show, because it was brilliant, and John C. Reilly obviously playing Tesla here. Again, as with Curb Your Enthusiasm, if you become so far gone that they can't use what you're doing, that's a problem, right?
No, because there's a technique. Like Derek Waters is a drunk whisperer.
Whisperer.
Oh my God, he is so good at wrangling drunks, and he knows when you've shifted from you to the demon. He can tell when that's happened.
I love it.
He whispers to you. He's like, "Don't turn on me, Duncan. Don't turn on me." You know what I mean? Because when you're hammered, you don't even know that you're suddenly like, "Why are you looking at me like that, man?" But so what they do is that they shoot. They get you to tell the story after a few drinks. then they get you to tell the story after a few more, and then after a few more, and after a few more. So it's essentially like different levels of being hammered.
I see. Okay.
So,
yeah.
wow. If they need to like cut to an important plot point before you are incoherent, they've got that. And
Yeah.
So so they don't. They actually like it if you get super hammered.
We're seeing it, you sprawled on the floor. So
Yeah, it was awful. That was a bad moment, man. I just wanted them to leave. It goes from being excited that you're doing it to like, just get out of my apartment. Leave me.
A few people have puked on that show, without question.
We used to do a thing called, and it was under we say, we're going to show you, they used to do it all the time on the news. We're going to show you how many drinks get you lit for the July 4th weekend,
Yeah, we would
and why
do
you
it.
have to be. So we did sort of
That's funny.
drunk day, and it was under that,
But-
the premise of that.
But Duncan, we quit doing it because whoever was doing it, like I did it one year, Casey he's been sober for many, many years, but we had him do it initially. We would get so bombed, like it would ruin. Like the next 3 days.
Yep.
Like it was stupid.
It's
like, we can't do this
it's the
anymore,
worst.
man.
Booze is the worst, best drug. I mean, the high is so wonderful, but my God, the you have to pay such a price for it.
you do.
And doing the drunk histories, I would like prep for it because I would try to get I think some comics, they didn't go all the way. And I would try to go all the way. So I would like prep and be like, okay, you're going to be sick for a couple of days probably. But I hate it. Like, it's just not worth it. There's so many better consciousness shifters out there.
Consciousness.
Well, you and Rogan, I'm sure, obviously I enjoy hearing you with Rogan, and he's a fan of all sorts of stuff, and he's a big advocate for it. What have you ever done something where you thought, I am dangerously close to being completely gone? Like this is going to end me.
To dying?
Yeah.
I was at Burning Man, and
not the recent one.
No, thank God, no.
Yeah.
A few years ago.
Okay.
And I did. I don't know. Can I talk about this on the radio?
Yeah. Talking about doing acid or whatever you were doing?
Okay. You're in a tent at Burning Man with people who look like they're from an alternate dimension where things worked out for humanity, I remember, I don't know why I did it. I did this massive line of ketamine, Burning Man ketamine. Like ketamine, like they probably made it on a spaceship, ketamine, And I remember like a guy in fur and glowing things looking at me after I did that, and he goes, "See you later, man." And so then I'm like, oh, whatever. I was meeting my friend. I go out of this tent, sit down to meet my friend. We're just talking. It's a great conversation. Then suddenly I realized, I can't move my legs. He's like, why don't we go out into the playa where like all the art cars are? So I try to get up. It's like my legs are made of concrete. And then time slows down so that, in a conversation, there's beats.
Yes.
Little micropauses.
Right.
Those micropauses were like 6 hours each. No joke.
Oh my
no
God.
joke. It was like a time warp. And then my friends, they're like, you know what? We're going to go because I couldn't talk. And later I asked them, what was I saying? What was I doing? And they were like, you were going, oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I fell down and...
So they left you alone?
Well, no, I was with my camp. There was I don't know. This is probably an archaic reference, but in Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember that beginning scene?
I love that movie. Yeah.
They smoke that. Yeah. They think they've smoked weird dope or something, and everyone's kind of starts freaking out. That was my Burning Man camp because everybody had in varying degrees had done this alien ketamine. So just all over the camp suddenly there's just moans like, so that was the moment where I think I went a little too far.
You went a little too far. Wow. I don't know. That's heavy.
Have you done? You've done Burning Man multiple times, or?
Yeah, I have. I've done it 2 times, and then I started having kids, which is Burning Man every day.
Our midday guy, legendary disc jockey in Philadelphia, Pierre Robert, went to his very first Burning Man this
one.
year. Yeah, and Pierre does not suffer the lack of luxuries very well. Oh, man, did he land in it. Oh, it's just bad.
That was, the thing is, Burning Man is one of the most incredible things I've ever experienced. But people get confused. They think it's Coachella, or they think that it's not.
Right.
It's survival, it's rooted in it's fun. It's a festival, but it's also survival. You are out in a completely inhospitable terrain that
unplugged altogether.
Unplugged.
Yeah.
There's a survival aspect, and people forget that, or they don't fully understand what they're getting into.
And then the alien ketamine is.
And then you add that to the mix, and it can be like catastrophic for some people, or the best thing you ever experienced. Right. Because when you leave Burning Man, and everybody goes to Reno, there's a casino that all the burners go to. They have to put flyers out in the casino for their elderly clientele, explaining why Mad Max has suddenly come into the casino. You're gonna see people that look like they're from the future. But as you're going into the casino, they blow the dust off of the burners. Yeah. So there's someone with a leaf blower.
Oh my God.
Blowing the dust off the burners. And that casino, when you eat casino buffet food after you've been out in the desert. My friend started crying. Eating eggs. Eating buffet eggs. Just started crying. It's the best.
Goodness. Oh, that's incredible. All right. Well, Duncan, we got to wrap, man, but we're so glad you're in town.
Thank you.
We hope you enjoyed here in Philly. Duncan is going to be playing Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. 7:30 and 10 p.m. Tomorrow's 7:30 show is sold out, by the way.
You got to come back in next time. Yeah.
You guys I don't want to leave.
I know.
This sucks. I got to go.
We've got
Hire me.
a couple more guests we got to get to.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on.
You're welcome anytime, please.
Thank you
for coming back.
Thank you so much.
Duncan Trussell, guys.
Thank you.
On the program. All right, and we segue right over to another guest that we have. He's going to be joining us via Zoom and is performing tomorrow night at the Keswick Theater. We've had the pleasure of having him on a few times throughout the years, and we are happy to announce that Who's Live Anyway is taking place at the Keswick. And ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to Mr. Greg Proops this morning. Hey. How you doing, Greg?
I'm good. Hi, Preston. Hi, Steve. How are you guys?
We're wonderful. Nice to see you once again, sir. And are you you guys get back, and the whole troupe is coming in tomorrow? Who all is joining you this time around?
Well, you can see them there. There's Jeff Davis and Ryan Stiles, Joel Murray, Bill Murray's brother, and me. And we're back in to do improv. We're doing about 100 dates this year, so we're pretty excited. We haven't been out to the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area in a minute.
It's so great that this show, this format, has had legs for this long, because it really
it's now achieved a pedigree. Yeah. I mean, this is the ultimate experience improvisationally. This collective, you, Greg, and your compatriots here are. If you've never seen, if you're unfamiliar, you can. This is a clinic in how to do improvisational comedy, and the best of the best. So people are very excited.
I'm not sure which group you're talking about, but I think it's fantastic. We've been on the air for 125 years now. We started on steam-powered TV in the 1890s.
Steampunk TV, wow.
Right. We're on the CW, believe it or not. We taped a new series this year before the strike in January. So there'll be another series of Who's on the CW this year. And I started on the show in England in 1989. I was 11 years old.
Wow. That was the.
So yeah, we've been around a long time. Every single high school and college group in the country, I think, grew up watching us now. And I've reached that point, and you guys will get this reference. I am finally Sid Caesar in my own life. Yeah. I am the old guy that everybody watched on TV when they were little.
Well, it's funny.
I'm happy to do it.
It's funny because, again, this has happened, and it's sort of this bizarre matrix that we live in, that I see clips from you guys popping up in little snippets on social media, on TikTok and other, because they're being rediscovered. What does that feel like, new Sid Caesar?
Right?
Yeah.
It feels great, man, because the one thing that is constant is if you're funny, you're funny. And even clips from 20 and 30 years ago, which now we're talking about that long, are still relevant to people. And kids really like it. And I think it's imperative to keep young people coming to the show so that you don't age out. I'm nothing against Jackie Mason, but you don't want everyone to be older than you. And I think that's what keeps it awesome. And being on the social media, it's really, really important because TV is not as important to the young. I'm sure you guys have kids and whatnot. They don't care about television. If it's not here, it doesn't. I'm holding up a phone.
Yeah.
I realized on Zoom, it's invisible. If it's not on the phone or the computer, it's not as relevant to people. So I think it's fantastic that people are finding it.
Well, the English version that you mentioned, Greg, it kind of had a viral start to it before viral starts began.
Yeah.
Because I remember a person saying to me, "Hey, have you seen this show?" And it was, I don't even remember what channel it was on. Was it on public? It wasn't public
BBC?
access. It was BBC, but it might have been PBS or something. But I just remember there was no advertising campaign. There was no big push. You just had to stumble across it.
Yeah.
And then improv comedy was only something that was done live on stages if you happen to have a group in your city. Because I grew up in the Midwest, and Chicago obviously has some of the greatest improv. Second City and all that. Well, we didn't have it in St. Louis, or at least not that I knew of. So I'm like, oh my God, they make this stuff up on the fly. I've never seen anything like this before. And it had that viral feel to it way back then, you know?
Oh, no question. I mean, when we first came on, I think we were on, and this is going to really take you back to the day, and I hope your listeners don't press a button. The Haw channel?
Which predated Comedy Central, did it not?
Right? I mean, I think we were on that. I know we were on Comedy Central at the very beginning because we shot in New York in like 1990 and 91. And the Comedy Central executives were there. I remember that. So we started there, and then, we were on PBS, BBC America, everything. We were on Channel 4 in England for 10 years. And then ABC for like 4 years, and then ABC Family for 2 years, and then I think this is the 8th or 9th season. I'll be honest, I honestly don't remember how long we've been on the CW now.
Wow.
But yeah, it was always been a word of mouth kind of show. And when we were on network, we were opposite Friends and Survivor.
Wow.
So I think we were the only show you could watch with your children, so you didn't have to explain what Filatio was.
God, I have not heard the Ha channel in a long time. I remember years ago. Yeah, because I remember, I was doing stand up at that time years ago, and there was, in New York, all those shows were out of the Viacom building, and they had all of that going on. And then there was it CTV and Ha that became Comedy Central? Is that how it progressed?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Sumner Redstone was alive then and flourishing. So
he was only 97. He was 97 at that time. He was just a kid.
Hey, Greg, I wanted to ask you a Star Wars question because obviously you were in episode 1, and I'm a huge fan of this.
Mr. Geek.
I'm a huge fan of. Speaking of geek, of this YouTube channel called Screen Crush, and they issued a shirt which I given to a fellow geek, a fellow Star Wars fan. And it's called the Prequel Apologist shirt, and it just says underneath it, "Thank you, George." And there's this new generation, including my son's generation, of people who have rediscovered or are rewatching the prequels and appreciating them for what they were. They're not episodes 4, 5, and 6, but they're not as terrible as a lot of people pan them to be. What is your perspective now, looking back on what Star Wars was like for you then and thinking about it today?
Well, I was thrilled to do it at the time. I really was. I mean, I did the picture in Empire Strikes Back. No, I mean, which one? Phantom Menace, I meant.
Right.
As you know, Phantom Menace, the most important of all the Star Wars films. A terrible accident happened while we were shooting, and most of the plot was destroyed. And
you, by the way, for people unfamiliar, you are calling the pod rate. You're the two-headed creature. Yeah.
I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt. It's me and a guy named Stockwell Pro. It's another comedian friend of mine from San Francisco. We auditioned in Edinburgh and London to be in the picture, and then we did 96, 97, somewhere in there. And then I remember right before the picture came out, and you'll like this because you're a fan. We were brought into London to a recording studio to do the overdubbing for the final, or looping, as we call it in the business. And And I remember we were on, this is the 90s, a phone in a cradle on speakerphone to Marin, to Lucasfilm. And I was in there reading all my lines over and over and over. And every single line I wrote, the guy from Maroon go, brilliant, great read, moving on. And after the 5th time, I thought, I'm good, but wow, this is. So finally, I said, "Can I ask you a question?" And he went, "Yeah." And I go, "When does the picture open?" And he goes, 10 days.
Whoa! Whoa! Wow!
So the post production was rushed toward the end there, and George was really nice. We shot with him on the day on the set, and he was as calm as could be. There was 100 people standing around. There was a big blue screen, and me and Scott were in giant, jumpsuits with enormous CG heads on. We'd had enormous heads made that you don't see in the movie. They CGI'd them out. So you didn't go with them. But if you go online, you can see pictures of us in our enormous prosthetic heads, which took 5 hours to put on, and the whole enchilada, And George comes up and goes, and I'm in. You want to do a take? And I go, okay, George, that'd be great. He's like, sorry, okay. Never said action. Then when the take is over, he go, that was good. You want to do it again? That's how he directed us.
George Lucas, so again, and I always thought that prequel was solid. And I think, and Nick, to your point about this whole movement, I think it does compare favorably to the most recent. But that whole Lucas thing, word was it occasionally, Greg, that when he was directing movies, even like American Graffiti, that occasionally he'd fall asleep, like while they were doing a scene. Like, so was he that level, or was he just so super chill?
He was super chill. I wouldn't say he was sleepy, but with 100 people standing around in a room in a production that had a value of hundreds of millions of dollars, he was as relaxed as if he were sitting at home playing with Lego, smoking a bone. You know what I mean? He was pretty cool about it. And the other part that was excellent was I had an enormous prosthetic hat on, and I didn't have my glasses, and I couldn't see. And we hadn't seen the whole sequence yet, and there was an animatic of the pod race. And he goes, "You guys, have you seen the pod race?" And I swear to you, we'd actually signed an NDA. And I went, "No, George, no one has seen the fucking pod race." And he goes, "Oh, sorry."
It's okay. It's okay.
No one has seen the effing.
But you signed an NDA, so by the way, you could have your life suit away from you. So of course, no one has seen it. That's hilarious.
So then he showed it to us on a screen this big, and I, with no glasses on, put my head up to the screen like that to watch it, which of course made no sense at all,
Well, are you on? Because there was a video game that was released. Is that you providing the voice?
Oh, hundreds of them. Yeah. No, there was a Lego Star Wars. There was a pod race. There was at least 6 or 7 video games. I've done all of them, and then I've been fortunate enough to stay in the universe. And I was in Clone Wars. I played Tal Merrick. I tried to shoot Princess Amidala. I get killed. Then they call me and they go, "You want to do another episode of Clone Wars?" And I said, "My character was killed." And the woman, I swear to you, the producer went, "This is Star Wars. You're in a prequel." So I came back and I did another as Tal Merrick. And then we did a show a couple of years ago called The Resistance.
Yes.
That was an animated show. And I was a pod race announcer on that, but we changed my name. So it was, instead of being Fode from the movies, I was Yak Servac. And so I've reprised it at that. And by the way, I went in and auditioned for that. And I was in there for an hour doing all these different voices. And I went home to my wife and I said, "What the hell is this? I've been the pod race announcer for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I was like huffy.
Yeah.
Why aren't you? And then of course I got a call and they're like, "Oh, we weren't ready to produce the show yet. That's why we waited. But of course it was you." And I'm like, "Yeah." I would go in there. I think they just wanted to hear me riff for an hour.
Well, I think at a certain point too. I mean, you have the credibility, and there people who do this and are actively doing that kind of voice work. I've never heard anyone go, "It stinks," they really enjoy it. It's ostensibly easier work, is it not? Or did you find it? What's your take on it?
Voice work is fantastic work. Easy is relative because you have to get it perfectly right. And they will say things like, "Oh my God, the intonation on this syllable needs to be up or down." You know what I mean? So it's a specific craft.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's like playing a concert violin in the Berlin Symphony or something, but I mean, it's also really fun. I think for voice actors, you can dress however you like.
Yeah.
And I've enjoyed every moment of doing all of them, working with Disney and then, or Lucas and then Disney. George is a really charitable guy, and he sold the whole franchise for I think $1 billion, and gave it all to charity. So he's okay by me. And also, I'm doing, and I don't know if your little buddy there is a Nightmare Before Christmas fan, but
sure.
I was in Nightmare Before Christmas as well, and we're doing it live at the Hollywood Bowl.
Oh wow!
Halloween.
Who did you voice? Who did you voice in Nightmare in Christmas? Nightmare Before Christmas.
Nice work, Bone Daddy. And he has been home all night. And what else? Won't they be impressed? I am a genius. I'm the Harlequin demon. I'm the devil. I'm the duck. I'm the sax player. And then we do it live, and Danny sings. Danny wrote it, Danny Elfman. And
that's great.
We do it live with the Symphony Orchestra.
Wow.
And this year we've got Catherine O'Hara's doing Sunday, and we've got Halsey doing Friday and Saturday. We got Fred Armisen coming in because poor Paul Rubin passed away.
Wow.
Paul used to sing in the show with us. So I had the pleasure of working with Paul Rubin and Catherine O'Hara. And Ken Page is Oogie Boogie, and Ken's coming out to do it again. So we did it last year in London. We've done it in Tokyo, Brooklyn, Glasgow, Dublin, whatever, and New York. And now we're back at the Hollywood Bowl this year. So I'm pretty excited.
Today's the 30th anniversary of the release of the movie, apparently.
Wow.
Absolutely. I was 14 when I did the movie. what a thrill to
The
do.
years keep bouncing back and forth. So Tim Burton is one of those singular talents. What was it like working with him? Because he obviously Big Fish is one of my all-time favorite films. It's just beautiful movie. What is it like working with Tim Burton?
Well, he is an abstruse genius. He did not direct this movie. He produced it.
Okay.
And our director was a man named Henry Selick. And Henry directed a picture called James and the Giant Peach and another picture called Monkey Bone. And that's who we worked with. Because we were singing and doing voices in the movie, Danny Elfman and us worked real closely together when we made the picture. And I was lucky enough when they started doing it live again about 8 years ago that Danny called and said, will you do the live show with us? And told me that he wanted my voice in the live show. So that's how I got Tim. I'd like to say that I'm best buddies with him, but I don't really know him.
Okay, no.
He wrote it, or he had the idea for it rather, and then he produced it. But Henry directed it, and Danny did all the music and everything. So that's who I've worked with over the years. Tim comes to the show every once in a while.
So you're a jack of all trades. You're kind of a Renaissance man, and you seem very self-possessed and all that stuff. But are there people industry wise or on a Lucas level who have made you nervous or thrown you off your game when you meet, or does that person exist?
Yeah, obviously I'm a fan. And so when I meet people that I'm an enormous fan of, I lose my mind. Now, when you're working with Danny or you're working with George Lucas or something, you're on an equal footing with them because you're working and they've already put you in the movie. So you have to figure you've got something going on.
Right.
And you can't be freaked out. But I mean, I met Jerry Lewis and Paul McCartney, and they probably intimidated me more than anyone else just because. So we met Paul McCartney, and years ago, we were doing a thing in London, and we all went to see Wayne's World 2, I think it was. And a friend of mine had been partners with Mike Myers, so we all went to the thing. And Paul McCartney's a Who's Line fan. All of us from Who's Line were there, the British one, and he started heaping praise on us. Right?
Oh, wow.
Richard Vonch, the keyboard player from Who's Line, is my best buddy in the world. And he turned to Richard, who does the music for the English Who's Line, and he goes, and you, mate, with the guitar and the piano, bloody marvelous, mate. And my friend Richard goes, excuse me for a minute, and walks away. So we finished talking to Paul, and I go over to him, and he's in the corner with a beer. And I go, what was that? And he goes, how do you tell someone that they've influenced your life since you were 6 years old? And I go, you don't, you idiot. I go, you don't think Paul McCartney knows he was in the Beatles? I go, well, he literally went, excuse me, to Paul McCartney in the middle of Paul McCartney going,
oh, my God.
Yeah, so
Preston has.
Sometimes, you ever freak out and ever bet. It's a good question because, I've met Will Smith. I was on a show called True Jackson. And I'd met him earlier in England on another talk show, but his daughter Willow was on True Jackson. She did a guest spot. And he's nice as could be, you know, like, to be honest, other than one or two people who shall remain nameless, almost everyone who's famous and accomplished is a nice, polite person.
Right.
Robin Williams, I had the pleasure of knowing. Joan Rivers, I had the pleasure of knowing and working with. And they couldn't have been more professional, nice, funny, genuine, and supportive emotionally. They really are those kind of beautiful people. Mind you, there are douchewads in this country.
That's an industry term.
Yeah, an industry term. I just, you know, so sometimes you work with them and sometimes you meet them and you're like, okay, right, I got it. But usually it's a matter of insecurity. I think when people are really, really happy with what they're doing and know that they're good, they don't really freak out.
I think you're absolutely right on that.
If you're just tuning in, it's Greg Proops, and Who's Live Anyway is going to be at the Keswick Theater tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. And joining him will be Joel Murray, Ryan Stiles, and Jeff B. Davis. You know, Greg, so many different people have rotated through the cast throughout all the years of Who's Line. Do you have a Beatles lineup that you would say, or am I heading you down a bad path to call out names?
No, not at
who would
all.
be the absolute all-stars of Who's Line?
I think on the English one, it would have been me, Mike, Josie, and Tony. And on the American one, it'd be me, Colin, Wayne, and
Ryan.
And Ryan.
Yeah.
I can never remember his name. The tall one. I think that's it. I think that's your core group. I worked with them more. I think other than Ryan and Colin and Wayne, I've probably been on the most shows because I've been around the bloody longest. But I think that's really and we're talking about people who have enormous musical skills who, you know, people say to us, do you really improvise? And it's like, we do.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
And then, but how can you do that? How? And it's like, well, one, we've done it a million times, so you kind of get proficient. And two, we have chemistry. The reason why we were all put together, and after the first few years, was it worked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we also still find each other amusing, and we laugh at each other's jokes, and that's an important thing. You can't have a marriage and still hate each other. And, you know, I mean, I know a lot of comedy teams and comedy groups end up loathing each other and stuff, but we really don't. I'm actually friends with all the English cast. I played with them when I was in England in July, and and Colin has an act he does with Brad. I'm playing with Brad in November. I went on tour with Brad and Colin in Australia a couple years ago. Like, we're all friends, so it's nauseating, but it's
no. You've described our relationship here. It's we've been together. We're in our 25th year as a program.
Yeah,
we have a chemistry. We entertain each other. It's the same thing. I totally get what you're saying.
I mean, also, like, you guys did 25 years for your audience. The continuity is everything.
Yeah.
It was like Star Trek when the original cast was together and they did, 10 movies, and they were all still all of them. I think audiences really love that. You know, they can depend on it. They're happy about it. And, you know, if you still get joy out of it, that's what's, you know, if I was a zombie and I was checking in every night, it would be a different matter, but we really do have fun. I mean, we're going to Newark, New Jersey today, and we're still going to have fun.
What better testament? Well, tomorrow,
we got to wrap it up, but you'll be in the Philly area. That's great about Newark. Oh my God!
Can I plug one last thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an album out called The French Drug Deal, and it came out like a month ago. There it is.
The French Drug Deal.
Yeah, it's a stand-up album. I improvised my stand-up at San Francisco at the Punchline last year, and it's out. You can go to gregproops.com and get it. And it's a comedy album of stand-up because I do stand-up as well. I also have a podcast called The Smartest Man in the World, and I do that with my wife Jennifer. And I also have a film podcast called the Greg Proops Film Club, and we're showing The Innocents in Los Angeles on Halloween night.
The Innocents. The Innocents is one of the greats. Good choice. Lean to the side. I want to see this picture of you. This is the album cover. You on the? It's very sort of Francois Truffaut, French cinema. Early 60s?
Yeah, it's in front of a Bob Dylan show. My wife and I went to a Bob Dylan show last year in LA at the Wiltern, and I was smoking a joint before the show, and so she took a picture of me. So we decided to do that, and then I decided to do the Clash lettering. You can't see the bottom, but it's the pink and green London Calling Elvis Presley lettering. Because I'm a retro kind of guy, but yeah, I'm glad you remember The Innocents. My wife curates the film club, and so she picked The Innocents for Halloween, which is a really awesome ghost story from the 60s, and very, very well filmed. So I have all those things going on. I just wanted to plug them up.
Absolutely.
Thank you for letting me have the time, buddies.
We love it.
All good.
I'm very excited you're coming to town.
Keswick Theater tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Who's live anyway? Greg, thank you so much. Great to catch up with you. We'll talk again.
Hey, man, I hope to see you in person next time, you guys.
Absolutely. Most definitely. Greg Proops, everyone. Thank you, sir. All right, we have to take a break because we have more friends. More friends joining us today.
The Grand Dame is here.
Kate Flannery is about to step into our studio in just a moment or two. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
You do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
It's this place.
We blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course.
Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, I there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to I guess I ebbed back to I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make, no one knew how to make a record. But I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right.
Now I have a studio. Everybody has a studio. So we just weren't producible. There was too much anarchy in the band. Too many people wanting to do... they had strong opinions of it. So, and we never really liked it in the studio with the four walls. It was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio. And we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late 80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket, In the Dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned? You always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in 87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we're playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just...
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it, which we were playing stadiums.
Okay. Yeah, but you know what? I found out about you guys because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. We never played that game, and we know if we lived by the single, we would die by the single. If we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
what's that about? What's that about? So that predates, obviously, videos, but still, a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, you know, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of, if you want to do it, do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible,
iconic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good around. And a lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah,
they just went out and said, "This has to be done."
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them and we go, "That's us." And they go, "Okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it."
Let me ask you, with the art and your painting, I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art. You know, it came out. It's
right.
You follow the muse. I mean, you're an artist. You know, the thing that turns you on, makes you do things artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house, and my daughter looked at it and she said, "You know, Dad, this got legs."
That's pretty good.
Legs. She liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the Dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, "Okay, I'll paint. If you like it, I'll paint it."
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back up this way, King of Prussia, noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
Yes, we all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussias.
All the Prussiettes. Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is.
Yeah.
She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, man. So let me go to here, more broken ribs. I have it says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Walper.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to old Walper.
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walper. And what happened to you? So what happened to you?
In our studio, and she looks wonderful in her Phillies hat this morning.
Hey.
The amazing Kate Flannery is here.
What's up, Phillies fans? Still drunk from last night.
Were you at the game? You weren't at the game.
I was not at the game. You don't have to be there. You can watch it on TV.
Yeah, I know,
It's great. And then you can go to the bathroom whenever you want.
Yes.
But you're basically the queen of the city. You could just make a call and be right behind the home plate.
I don't know about that. I pissed off a lot of people, but that's okay. It's okay.
You pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, I love this team so much, you guys. They're the biggest bunch of weirdos. I love them.
great,
They're
isn't
so weird. I love them.
Yeah.
I love them. I really do. So much heart, so much soul.
And they love the city. I mean, they
do.
Preston's talked about it. There are legitimate personalities on the team. They legitimately dig and get the fan base. They make everyone enthused about everything that they are able to do. And in those classic baseball movie moments, they deliver.
It's so true.
Yeah.
You guys, oh my God.
Did you see the Bryce Harper press conference from 2 nights ago where he talked about his love for the city?
Yeah.
It was what I loved about it is he started to go into it and then he stopped and he goes pandering, and then he's like, I'm not pandering.
Dude, he's the most responsible team leader. Seriously, because when last night they asked him, hey, how's your elbow? He goes, just hit my funny bone.
Yeah.
I'm like, this dude he's not letting anybody suffer.
Yeah.
He's like, he's a leader. He's a leader.
Yeah. And they won me over last season just because of how much fun they were having. You could tell that they were really having a good time.
Dude, favorite part of the game, the champagne beer shower with the goggles. You guys, I love these guys. They're weird.
Footage that I saw last night of the locker room, they did an overhead shot where they were shooting downward like this. There was like 2 inches of booze on the floor. I mean,
That's my kind
like
of team.
splashing around. Totally. Somebody needs to swim in that
You
stuff.
need to be there. We need to. That's a perfect Kate Flannery moment.
Am I supposed to mess it up? Don't let me mess it up, please. I'm wearing the same clothes from 4 days ago. No, I cannot mess this up. Seriously, they got this. They got this. Someone was saying like when they lost the other night, it was the perfect loss because it just fueled them.
Yeah.
And, that crazy call. Don't even get me started. You guys, this is the greatest team. Why did I ever leave Philadelphia? This is like, I'm back, but
You've never really left.
Well,
you're just out and traveling about. That's the
I
way
get
we look at
tickets
it.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I was at the game last night, and admittedly, I'm running on fumes a bit today, but it was 100% worth it, and I can't wait to go see another game in the NLCS. You spent a lot of time in LA. Not that I was sad to see the Dodgers go, but like, do Dodgers fans? Can you compare and contrast LA fans versus Philly fans?
Too many transplants.
Yeah.
Everybody in LA is like, hey, I've lived here for 40 years, but I'm not from here. Like their loyalty is questionable. I'm just saying, my loyalty is questionable in LA. I mean, whatever. That's what I'm saying. This is about Philly fans. You get the truth. It's the truth. Good, bad, if whatever they think. That's why all this positive feedback is it's unbelievable. It's so unprecedented.
You get what you get, and that's what I've always said about it. About the fan base, you got what you got. So you got to either love them or hate. Figure what you're going to do, but there's no indecisiveness, and that's what's really cool. Speaking to what Nick was talking about. Are there places out on the coast where, we know there are Philly sort of enclaves and places. Do you have any place of preference? Do you frequent any of them?
I know that there are Phillies bars everywhere, as there should be. I don't, but you know what? You had literally somebody has to die to get a seat on the bar stool in some of these places.
Oh,
no
really?
joke, no joke. Like they have seats, like you cannot mess with it. Now I got to tell you guys, I've been doing all these minor league baseball events this summer and last summer, so I've been throwing out the first pitch. Don't bet on me, but I'm kind of bowling in the sky. I'm underhand.
Look at you have a good arm.
I'm okay. I get it to the plate, but I'm bowling in the sky. I'm underhand. A lot of people criticize. You know what? Whatever. I have the comedy parachute. Nobody gets hit. But it's so fun. I gotta tell you, there's so much heart. I gotta tell you, I love baseball. I really do, and I feel like the Phillies they're a major league team with a minor league heart.
That's a good way to put it.
Do you know what I mean? It's like they're in this 3,000%.
Yeah,
that's a great quote. And then speaking of the locker room celebration, Garrett Stubbs, who's the backup catcher and might not see any postseason action, is also sort of the heart of this team. And I pulled up a picture for Preston to see. He's wearing a Budweiser hat. Basically,
a 12-pack as a hat.
And the dude's wearing his overalls.
These guys.
He's single-handedly responsible for a lot of Phillies fans wearing overalls to games, including their fiance, because you can buy them. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You can carry around more beer.
Whatever.
If you don't love this team, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely, right? I just can't even. I mean, now I can't. It's like when we're watching TV, and when we're watching the game, like we're going to real mute the. I'm sorry. I can't stop. It's all right, you guys.
Did you play it all? Did you ever?
I played softball. I was catcher for a little bit. I wasn't that good. I played softball for a couple years. God bless the outfielders. I'm just telling you, that, especially in grade school. Like, God bless.
Wait, Kate, you'll love this. I got a text from my friend this morning. Her son went to school today, and she got a text from the teacher that said, "Oh my God, your son just asked me to spell Castellano for his journal topic. He then said, my mom said he's going to be my new stepdad."
Cassie, Liam's going to have another brother. That's what she said. That's exactly what she said.
Liam was at Xfinity Live at like 2 a.m. last night.
my God.
And he was having fun, and he came up. You know, he lives in Florida most of the year, and so he was a lot of games this summer. But he came up to watch the last 2 games, and he saw his dad hit 4 home runs in back-to-back games. So now Phillies fans are like, Liam can't go back to Florida.
Right.
He has to stay here.
Stay, Liam.
Yeah.
We'll give you a cheesesteak.
Are you superstitious?
I am. That's why I'm wearing
obviously,
the same clothes.
I know. How comprehensive is it? I mean,
Oh
everything.
no! You know what? I did wear a Phillies shirt the day they lost, so I'm like, I'm not wearing that shirt.
Okay.
It's sitting in the drawer. I love
right.
it. It's fine. It's fine. You know, I'm just saying that's about the extent of it.
Yeah.
I got to get real. Steve, come on. I got to live in the real world. Unfortunately.
Casey has, like, for example, for the Eagles, he'll get his an insignia on the lawn. He'll get it blessed.
Well, he can't touch the color of the opposing teams at any point in that day.
I'm trying
on
to
game
get away
day.
from it, but it's not
Casey.
happening. I have to.
That's
bad.
When the,
These O'Hara boys, they got some OCD issues.
it's a learned
Just saying.
behavior.
It sure is, right? You went to a much bigger school than
I did. You know what's so
Archbishop
funny? So my mom, the Cardinal Hair class of '93, and my mom gets this thing on Facebook, and she was just so blown away because they're having a designer bag bingo coming up on November 11th.
Sure, rub it in my face.
So my mom, she gets this notice, and it says special guest. Casey Boy from the Preston and Steve show. And I'm like, oh my God. Dude, 30 years ago, if you would have said, told me that special guest would have been next to my name, like,
Dude,
no way.
in the words of Barry Manilow, looks like you made it. Oh my
A
God.
designer bag bingo, no less. Not just regular bags.
Right?
Yeah. Designer bags.
Fancy pants. Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing in town? I mean, you're not here to
I'm in
promote
town to
anything?
see my dad. We're watching the games. My dad's going to be 100 years old in December.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
I'm totally with it, smoking cigars on the porch at the shore. He's doing oh my God. He's unbelievable. Seriously. And he's such a baseball fan.
Oh, that's
he's,
fantastic.
Yeah, he's, and of course the Eagles as well. I mean, he's mostly a high school and college basketball fan. Like that's his sweet spot. But he loves he always
Does he have the mobility to get out to a game?
No, not right now. But
okay.
but we're like I said, we're in it. We're watching.
You're watching,
3,000% we're there. Yeah, he's great.
It's wild. My dad just turned 95, and again, like sharp. Like I swear to God, I hope I'm a half of that
Honest
level.
to God, right?
Yeah, because it's
Save
amazing.
your money, Steve. You're going to be here for a while. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not staying at the Four Seasons. I'm sleeping on the couch with my sister. Think about it. It happens. Oh my God, you guys! I feel like I've not seen you since it's been like I think it was a Thanksgiving a couple years ago.
Yeah, maybe camp out.
Maybe camp out.
You guys, I got to bring it. I have my Meredith Funko Pop. I've not shared this with you guys. I got to send it to you. I do
The Meredith Funko Pop is awesome.
It's a casual Friday Funko Pop.
Oh, really?
My parents are so proud. But it's all pixelated. It's like the first Funko that's pixelated. So
Oh my God.
It's kind of awesome.
That episode is hilarious.
I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, well,
seriously.
you
It won't be worth
misunderstand.
anything in 2 years, but right now.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, we're looking at a picture of it. That's great.
I love the number of people who dress as that Meredith outfit for
Halloween's
Halloween.
coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so creative. I mean, we've done a bunch of fan expos this year, which we're always with the Star Trek guys, which is so awesome to me because I'm like, what are we doing here? Do they know? Are they going to tap us on the shoulder and say, we've made a mistake?
How does that jive? How does that? I
You know,
assume
it's all
one
pop
up.
culture,
Yeah.
and there's certain zeitgeists, and so we're sort of in that, like in that pop. So yes, I've seen Shatner. He sort of rolls by in his Little Rascal. He's not a big talker, but that's okay. But I love the Picard folks. They're so
Oh, the next
Thad and
generation.
Jonathan, and yeah, I mean those guys, like Brett Spiner, they're so awesome.
You know, it's so if you stop and think about it, that it's the same. It's an office dynamic in space.
It's a workplace.
It's what it is. It's a workplace
show. Yes, yes.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, but so it's just been I'm the luckiest person, trust me. And I'm getting a new Funko sometime this year. It's going to be a fun run where I'm going to have my pelvis cast.
Oh, the fun run.
Pelvis cast. Where it's like we're John Krasinski. Well, Jim was supposed to sign my cast, but John Krasinski accidentally signed his name as like an autograph the first take.
Really?
So they actually on the Funko, I think it says John Krasinski.
Oh, that's hilarious.
awesome.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's coming out. It hasn't come out yet, so it's a prototype.
Are you amazed? I mean, we've
I'm
talked about this all the time, and again, it literally shows no signs of waning whatsoever. The popularity, it just continues,
Dude,
and
it's crazy.
There's been
It's
no
crazy,
diminishing
Steve.
of it.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, see people leave it on all day. I mean, it's just like people live it. I sometimes wear a mask because I'm trying to be careful around my dad, and somebody be like, I knew, just like for the back of my head, like or just my voice. It's so crazy.
Yeah,
it's so crazy.
Wait, I was reading a story the other day. I had it on when we were talking about entertainment stuff. But somebody was bringing up the idea of rebooting it.
You know what? I saw that. I didn't know if it was just clickbait.
Yeah,
because
a lot of times
kind
it
of
is.
read like clickbait.
Yeah,
we kind of reached a certain point. I was like, no, I haven't been contacted. But you never know. I think they're waiting. You know, the Friends did a reboot. I think they're just waiting for us to get enough plastic surgery as much as the Friends. That's my guess. Yeah.
You know that Friends reunion that they did was actually pretty cool. I have to say.
No, it was good. No, don't get me wrong. They made way more money than we did. They can do Juvederm. They can do all the injections.
Juvederm.
Whatever they're doing. You know, I mean, God bless them. They struggle with their millions. It's tough. I'm sleeping on my sister's couch. Save your money! Save your money!
Well, look, we were saying you're in fantastic shape, and you're saying that's still
Dancing
a carry.
with the Stars. I'm telling you. I went to Dancing with the Stars last week, and I had the least PTSD I've had. I've been there 3 times since I did the show, and I was like, I'm actually calm, because before I was like, oh my God.
So what's the vibe now? Because you have Juliana Hough and you have
Alfonso Ribeiro. Yeah, it's great.
Who's very appropriate because he's a dancer.
And he won. He won one season, and of course the Carlton. You know.
Yeah, and is the vibe still? Is it better now? Or
I think it's good. I think it's really good. I really do. I think it's better in some ways, and there's less controversial weirdos like no Carol Baskin this year. And God bless the Carol Baskin fans, but come on, my poor partner Pasha had to dance with like the cat lady. I'm like, oh my God, I hope you're still alive, dude. Are you okay? Checking up, like, I don't know who you pissed off. How'd you get stuck with her?
Yeah,
but so I feel like it's more. I just think it's a little more joyful because there's less BS.
I forget who I was reading, or maybe it's Brooke Burke or somebody was talking about that, or whatever was talking about that there is a natural inclination, and it happens a lot, especially with the females who compete on the show, and it was just her take, and she talked to other women who had appeared on the show, that you get a bit of a crush on your dance partner.
Right. The thing is that my partner was old enough to be my son if I was a slut in high school. I'm just saying, which makes a difference.
Right.
You
weren't a slut in high school?
I was not a slut in high school. If only I had known it would. I know if I could do it over again, Casey.
Yeah.
It was not my jam.
What was the school that was the whorehouse on the hill?
Oh, that was Prendy. That was Prendy. Yeah.
I would love to see an It's a Wonderful Life where, it's good being the slut.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody, what was the name? This whole thing.
Right. She's the actress. She's got it the right. Yeah.
Right.
I wear this one. I don't care how I look.
Right.
I wanted to throw this out to you, Kate, because we do this event every year, and you've probably seen videos of it when you're in the Acme Lounge in there of our cardboard classic, where people create these sleds out of cardboard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we used to do it in Jack Frost Pocono Mountains, and we moved it last year to Montage Mountain, which is right next to Scranton.
Right up the road, yeah.
And so we'd love if, like, you
Are you putting
Angela,
me on the spot right now?
Jenna,
How could I possibly say...
Yes. I'm being extorted.
We just want to
I will do
plant
my
a
best.
seed.
I totally, because I was just in Scranton. I actually threw out the first pitch at the Rail Riders game.
Okay.
One of my worst pitches, but I had whatever. That's okay. But it was really fun. They I don't know if you guys know that they have this like permanent mural that they did, and I made the mural, you guys.
Of course you would. For Christ's sake.
You can see
I'd love
that.
to go up and see it. It wasn't finished when I was there last, so maybe I need to go up and
we could
hang out with
encourage
you guys.
our sledders to maybe create some office-themed creations, which would be wonderful.
This event is. It defies description because it is
awesome.
And Montage was sensational, and everyone kept saying. It's right in office territory.
Right.
So we wouldn't, maybe you don't want to negotiate with extorters, but if it's something that happens to end up on your calendar, that would be fantastic.
Seriously, oh my God, this is awesome. Oh my God, you guys, this is nuts. Is that a wrestling? Is that a wrestling?
That was
a
wrestling.
That's a
We're looking at
And those
videos.
guys are from
oh my
Delco.
God. Of course they're from Delco,
Hang
right?
on, we're looking at. I want the audience to know we're looking at video footage of the cardboard classic right now. Kate.
Radio is
God, you're going a
radio's
million
a
miles
bitch. She can't see shit. God damn it!
Flannery button.
There's the Flannery.
I hit the Flannery switch.
Oh my God! You know, somebody came up to you in Wawa and said, you're the Flannery from the Flannery switch on Preston and Steve." I was like, "Hey, looks like I made it."
We have many luminaries, many big stars are aware of the Flannery switch now.
You guys, seriously, this is you guys are the best. And also, like every time I see a comic that I know from another city that's done your show, they're like, "Oh my God, we actually had a great experience." Like you guys have to know how rare you are.
Well, we appreciate
you guys
that.
are awesome.
Oh, thank you.
So I don't, I will pay you all later. Seriously, you guys are awesome.
It is interesting to see, because The Office obviously is still a huge national phenomenon. But my fiance's family is from the Poconos, and she grew up in
Poconos.
Scranton.
You said it wrong.
She grew up right near Scranton, and what The Office means to that city is still very palpable. I mean, you talked about the mural and the minor league games. There's so much celebration of The Office in Scranton. It's incredible.
Yeah, poor Richards, man. They're raking it in. Seriously,
Yes, they
like
are.
those bars and like Cooper's.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean,
it's global. Literally, there was 6 episodes back to back last night, and so it's running constantly, and you jump in. It's one of those perpetual. You jump in at any point, just keep going a few episodes. Do you find yourself falling in that loop, or?
Once in a while, this is the thing. I feel like I'll watch a little bit, but sometimes I'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is the episode where they cut my." But it's fine. No. I mean, it's something. As like an actor, like sometimes people count, you tend to count your lines when you get the script. I stopped doing that like very quickly. I mean, I literally had a great therapist and like some meditation because you just want to enjoy what it is and like figure out, okay, what's your place? So I feel like even though there was less of Meredith, but she didn't talk as much as a lot of the other characters. But even if I didn't talk, sometimes I would still get a laugh.
There are home on moments.
That is like. That's a lesson in just like your presence, just showing up, like that. It's enough, and it does. And sometimes when you talk, a character talks too much, you lose the funny.
Some of the funniest parts of episodes are your
Well,
reaction.
I wasn't fishing, but thank you.
Yeah.
Steve. Maybe I will come to Scranton. When is it? March? I'll be great. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Is there a medic somewhere on the hill? Because I wouldn't mind going down, but I might need some medical assistance.
That's all right. Hey, we had a friend of yours in Arden Marine.
Oh, yeah.
So, and by the way, she's as nuclear as you are.
Yes.
Who gets the word in first when you guys are having a conversation?
She talks a lot higher than I do. So So it's probably me. But also because I'm from Philly, I'm like, you gotta go to Preston and Steve.
Yeah, no, she was
right?
awesome.
Yeah,
we
awesome.
love her.
Arden Marine's great. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, she's doing.
Is she your bestie basically, or is Jane Lynch, or who's?
I'm so fickle.
Yeah.
No. You know what? She's one of. She's in my posse for sure.
Okay.
And I feel like there's not a lot. There's so many douchebag actors. So like seriously, to be honest with you guys, so I do have if I have an actor friend, like then they're pretty cool because I don't deal with douchebags.
Okay.
I just don't. It's too.
it.
Yeah. No. You don't have time.
It's the Philly in you.
It's kind of true. I mean, and there's, I don't know. I'm just saying, you guys, right? And Jane Lynch and I are going out on tour
I was about to
in
ask.
December.
Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, we're not playing
Lampshades?
Philly.
You son of a bitch!
The Lampshades are on pause. But I know we're not playing, but we'll be in New York for 6 shows. We're going to be in Hanover, Pennsylvania, so get some Schneider's pretzels.
Snyder's of Hanover.
Right? I was not in charge of the cities.
The
apparently.
route.
I think I got kicked out of City Winery last time we played. But yeah, we'll be in Boston, Chicago. We're even playing Vegas, which could be like a nightmare for.
Well, you're hitting everything, place but here.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Why don't you just go do Dallas and drive the knife in?
No, God forbid.
When you're in Vegas, I doubt U2 is still there, but are you going to go check out?
I'm going to try. I'm actually
the-
going to be there next week for a corporate thing.
Oh, wow.
So I'm going to try to go.
You've seen all the videos of.
I have. I waited on Bono and the Edge one time at this restaurant. It was probably like 5 years before I got the office, and I got a headache because I was trying to be so cool because I wanted to say, I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I did it. But I was like, literally, that was going on in my head. I was like, the War album, you got me through sophomore year of college. I love that album so much. Like, literally. I mean,
And you got a headache because you were suppressing it.
I did. And then sorry, I was screaming last night. Because the Phillies won.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that? Holy shit.
Hit the button.
We got no more.
Now you can't. Okay. I've hit the
You're
button
sorry.
You're
too many times.
She's blown out our
Guys.
dump
It will now
button.
be live, and we will get in a lot of trouble.
I'm so sorry, you guys.
Okay.
But I actually got to hang out a little bit with the Edge. I told him that I went on. This was a few years ago at the Golden Globes. So I had to pick up that name I just dropped.
So the Lampshades are on hiatus.
We're on hiatus,
Are they
but
going to come
well,
back?
but
Because
I
maybe
don't know. My
you
partner-
booked a Sphere for that.
Yeah. Good call.
If you don't know the Lampshades, we're a dying lounge act that I did for 20 years
Yeah.
with my comedy partner, Scott Robinson, who was perpetually drunk on stage the entire time. We would do mashups of 70s and 80s songs. But he moved to Oregon, and I think he's taking a break from showbiz. So
you got other things.
I know. Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
other irons in the fire.
This is true, and I have a comedy partner in Jane Lynch because we
no
have
slouch.
this Christmas album, Swinging Little Christmas. If you haven't gotten it, get it now, and maybe I'll bring some to Scranton in March.
That'd be great. By the way, she is. She has a potential season ahead of her on Only Murders in the Building.
Right.
Because they will do flashbacks as they did with Paul Rudd's character.
Yes.
And does the phone ring at your house, perhaps, a potential opportunity to get in on that?
For Murders in the Building, no. But I was on Masked Singer this week, you guys. Me and
That's
Nash Bass,
right.
we gave a clue, which was really, really fun, because that show is weird. It's not as weird as the Phillies. I mean, but weird is good. Weird is good. I love weird.
I'm having trouble with the Masked Singer for some reason. Only
You
because
need to do more drugs. That's
when
really
they're singing, there's no way they're singing live inside those things.
I'm told that they are. I'm told that they are.
Do you
It might
believe
be
it?
a little sweetened. I don't know. I mean, because it is. I think there's certain standards and practices where they have to.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. But don't ask me.
I was
Don't
thinking
ask
the
me. I
same
don't
thing,
know.
but I guess they've got a good headset mic on.
Possibly, but still, you're saying maybe they might sweeten a little bit to make it more
post-production.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of backup singers. I was like,
It's
whoa,
true.
how many people are coming out of that thing? Like, you have 14 people in that costume? What's happening? And some of the costumes are so big, there could be 14
Yeah,
people.
no,
I
gigantic.
was there when Michael Rappaport was on. Well, sorry, spoiler alert. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys, if you watched it.
You friends with him, or have you
I've
known
met
him?
him, but he had the Flannery. I mean, he cursed more than anybody when he got.
Oh,
he
I
was so
believe it.
mad that he got revealed. So yeah.
Oh,
I'm
he's been on the show a number of times, and oddly enough, he's never cursed on the show.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm so embarrassed. Don't tell my almost 100-year-old dad.
Oh, you didn't get any of that from him, huh?
No. He might say, "What the hell?" You know?
It's funny because you were in our Acme Lounge talking to Bill Burns, whose grandfather lived to 103.
103, he told
And
me,
You guys were
yeah.
having this conversation, and he says, if you think about it, like the prequel to Yellowstone, 1923, is like they were alive during like the Wild West.
Well, that's true, but my dad grew up in Germantown, so it wasn't that wild in Germantown.
The wild
It's
German
wilder
rats.
now in Germantown than it was in 1923.
But that was all going on.
That's true. No, that's true. There was. I know it is
World
kind
War-
of.
yeah.
It is kind of crazy. My dad was a World War II. He was a World War II vet. He was at Anzio. He was a prisoner of war for over a year. Was taken to Germany.
That's
He's
amazing.
unbelievable. For over a year.
My dad, a veteran as well. So, what is the actual number of living World War II veterans in the country?
I'm not sure. But if you guys go to Philly.com, there was a story on my dad. I think it was 2006.
So
It was on VA Day.
Do you know what happened? So, and I've talked about this before on the air. My dad, a little while ago, took the time to go through his journals and recorded basically his life into a recorder. About 8 hours of audio. It's the greatest gift you could possibly give your kids.
absolutely.
Recounting everything. It was amazing.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
that's amazing. I taped my dad pouring drinks at the beginning of the summer. I did.
You filmed him pouring drinks
I did,
because
because he was a bar. Yeah, he's not drinking anymore because he doesn't want to fall. But he can dish it out.
All right.
He can't take it. He can dish it out.
I have to break in here real quick.
All right.
We have to do this little contest. It only takes a moment here, Kate, but it's 10 a.m. exactly, so we have to do this right now.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
All right, and the word that you have to enter is loud. That is our keyword, loud, L-O-U-D. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to do that. There are three ways to do it. Enter it through WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, and one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets called from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it is all sponsored by Horizon Services. So let me give you that word again. Loud, L-O-U-D. And it is our Crumb Bum Cash. What?
I thought you said aloud.
No, it's loud, L-O-U-D.
Okay.
And by the way, do you know, Case, pull up the Crumb Bum clip. I want to see if Kate knows who that is, if you could hit that.
Yeah, maybe.
You're a real crumb bum.
You know who that is?
Frank Rizzo?
Yeah!
Wow.
You are Julie.
I was going to say Cardinal Kroll.
Yeah.
That was my second.
1, 2, 3.
We have a whole bunch of them. Hang
I
on.
was confirmed by Cardinal Kroll.
Me too.
Get away from me, you crumb.
You know what you win?
God.
all expenses paid trip to Scranton in March. Yeah.
Yes.
You're a crumb creep.
Well, not all expenses paid.
Yeah.
We might be able to get you a hotel room.
That's one of our favorite clips. Yeah.
You've won a some expenses paid trip.
No, for some reason, Frank Rizzo showed up at my grandmother's funeral.
What?
It was in Germantown at
Really?
St. Madeline Sophie's. For some reason, because it was a night funeral, and my uncle was the coach at LaSalle for 35 years at LaSalle High School.
And so somebody was able to finagle that.
Yeah, he knew somebody from the city so that there would be like safety. And it was like it was an election year, so my cousin's like, what the hell is Frank Rizzo? Like, he and my mom really close. Like, what the hell? That's so crazy.
All he said was,
I don't want to talk to you.
It's a great clip. Yeah,
he was a big boss.
He was a big boss.
Big
And in
boss.
fact, this clip comes from, I think it was a CBS reporter.
Stan Borman.
Yeah, Stan Borman. And they got into this classic exchange, which is early viral stuff where they're going back and forth at each other. And
You're less than a man.
he wanted to fight. Do we have I want to fight you?
Yeah.
Like he literally wanted to. Yeah. There.
I want to fight you.
Yeah. He was,
I'll take you out back and break your heads, all three of you.
yeah.
Oh my God, you guys! Weren't things great back then?
Oh, yeah.
Break it over your head.
Yeah. This is him. He grabbed the microphone and said this.
I'll break it over your head. I will go back to that wall with the three of you.
Oh my God!
3 of yous.
1980. He was no longer mayor, and Stan like
Wow.
confronted him in the street, and it's like Frank gets real angry, and that's all legit.
I'm glad he wasn't in office when he said that. Seriously. He was more of a gentleman when he was taking the oath. If you're taking an oath, be a gentleman. Come on, or a gentlewoman. Come on, gentle person. That is wild. Frank has a place in my brain, whether I knew it or not. I have no idea. You bet me $1 million. I don't know if I could. Oh, wow. That's
Yeah,
not expecting that.
was my mama.
Oh my God.
I love that.
Unbelievable.
All right. Well, listen, we gotta take a break. But we're so
you
glad
guys.
that you took some time to stop
Thank
by
you so
here
much
just
for
to hang
having
out.
me. Seriously.
It's very exciting. I mean, you brought good luck.
Did I?
Yes.
No, the Phillies brought me good luck. Brought us good luck. I cannot take credit. Seriously, don't put it on me. We're all in trouble if I'm in charge. I love you guys so much.
We love you.
Go Phils.
How long are you in town?
I think till Sunday, but I'll be back. I'm back a lot.
Okay.
I mean a lot.
Excellent.
So,
And then, of course, in March.
Scranton, baby.
Right? It might be fun. Seriously. Right?
Thank you so
guys.
much.
Thank you. Go Phils.
We love you.
Go
All right,
Eagles.
take care, guys. We are going to take a break. Casey wants me to give this away. Can I give all 5 of these away?
Yes, in honor of Cardinal O'Hara and Archbishop Carroll.
Yeah, the Nun 2 on digital. We'll take the first 5 callers at 215-263 WMMR. It's the next chapter of the Conjuring universe. The Conjuring. It's available now on digital. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Well,
all right.
I've broken my hand. I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name.
His guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother, okay?
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man.
So the Kardashians won big as well last night, and they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It's been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian win was dedicated to us!
Like, I can just see them sitting around, like, when we win, we should, like, dedicate to somebody so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys are doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a Field Choice Award. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention everyone, Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that super heat and that whipped up win. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. During the final night of the Experience and Innocence tour in Berlin, Bono made a comment that has fans fearing that this is the end of the iconic band. He said, "We've been on the road for quite some time, just going on 40 years, and this last 4 years have been really something very special for us. We're going away now." So that led people to think that maybe the band is done.
Doesn't mean that the band is breaking up or that we're going away or stopping performing. We're just taking a well-deserved trip to the Great Wolf Lodge. Where parents can drink while their kids ride down water slides.
It is amazing there.
It is amazing. Kathy says it's amazing too.
Yeah. Well, none of the kids would recognize you two, so they could be pretty, they could be in obscurity for a moment.
You can literally drink in the pools there.
You can literally drink in the pool and piss in the pool at the same time. If it's so chlorinated, it doesn't make a difference. I took a full level bowel movement and no one could tell because the water was so chlorinated, it just ate it right up. All the fecal matter dispersed. Okay.
I don't know.
What's that?
That's no.
Oh, you did it as well, Kathy?
No, that's.
You dropped a bomb in the pool? You popped a landmine out?
That's not.
You put a depth charge in the deep end?
A full level bowel movement.
And no one was the wiser. Even the edge was standing right next to me. He was totally enveloped in my poop cloud and had no idea.
No idea.
That's a quality pool there.
Yeah,
I think most people, upon moving into a house, remove all the demonic paintings. It's part of the deal. A lot of people will change the pentagram carpet for maybe like a light shag.
We had our house built. I like the fact that we're the very first people to own the home.
But are you?
Because
on an Indian graveyard, right? That's where you.
They didn't remove the graves.
You know what? We had to blast to actually get to pour the foundation. So I'm pretty certain there was nothing below.
So it
where
was a lot of fun.
So what's that?
It was a blast.
It was a blast.
Yes. Where you saw bones flying and pieces of coffin.
But I like the fact that when we're done and gone, or when we eventually decide to move on, that that was we made that. We had a say in how that thing was put together. And
in here was where the owner was caught pleasuring himself by his wife, unaware that the light from his laptop was obscuring his vision. Follow me into the observatory.
I was wearing headphones too. I didn't hear her come in. Kathy shakes her head.
Headphone, like you were all in.
Oh, hey, you can't do that half-ass, man.
No. Clearly.
You gotta go all
Sure,
in.
he was vigorously providing himself with pleasure. His wife called out to him, but he could not hear because he was listening to his headphones. And here is the pool table where pool is seldom played, but clothing is full.
My daughter and I played pool the other night.
Oh, there you are.
First time in a while. She asked me to, but yes, it's become a laundry table. Oh my God! Yeah, what are the other wonderful things? What are the other
as they leave the tour?
Horrible things that have
no
happened.
one stays in this house after night.
The dining room where no one eats, they drink, right? Isn't there a bar in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let's not forget the old house with the haunted litter box.
It was on a rainy night when the owner awoke from many hours of drinking and raised a shotgun to the automatic kitty litter cleaner, yelling out, "I want to see you."
I've got a gun.
I've got a gun.
I gave him 10 seconds to get out of the house. Which I thought was,
We should all design haunted tours of our current house. Dumb crap.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
My brother thinks my house is haunted. He's said that since the day we've moved in.
No
he said
kidding.
there's somebody that lives here with you.
Wait, your country house?
Yeah, my
Really?
current house. Yeah, this is the day that my brother lived
You're the
with me
first owners.
for a little while, and he's like, I hear them. He goes, they walk around.
Wait, did you have the house built?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the first owner.
We are the first owner. There was a house.
Place is too clean.
No, but Preston, there was a house there that was knocked down.
Okay.
And actually, the man who has since passed away, he was a wonderful man, lived across the street from
I
me.
hope you rot in hell.
No, well, he did the masonry work on the house. And he told me one time, he goes, yeah, when they were tearing down that house, he goes, I sat outside and watched. He goes, I did, all of that work on the house. And I was like, oh my God,
man.
I'm so sorry.
And now it's haunted by Slender Manthe.
Yeah, so it's...
Slender Manthe.
I mean, I think it's just the house settling, but my brother thinks it's haunted.
These jeans?
Slender Manthe.
Do these jeans make me look hippie?
Big J.O.
Yes.
That's right, everyone. I'm here. I'm not Miss August or December.
No.
I don't know, Kathy. Any of that traffic, did it seem like something that would have kept Miss December out of here?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know where she was coming from.
Hey,
Did any of that traffic add up?
Were you here one time before when we rolled out the calendar?
He was.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
was here for a
we're.
calendar. I was here for Philadelphia's hottest trans.
Really?
Yeah.
right. You
Did
sure
we do
were.
that? I totally forgot.
Yeah, Philadelphia's sexiest lady boy.
You guys met, right? You guys got to hang out after.
So I've never seen more women in a room and not a pube for miles. I can guarantee it.
There was a weird situation we had you in, right?
It was his friend.
Yes,
Yeah, it ended up being a weird situation for my friend.
But stories to tell your children.
Yeah. I mean, we all found at the same time, and I don't remember what time it was, but it was definitely too late.
That's awesome.
I noticed that, and I said it to you right away, you look like you've lost some more weight. And is it a bigger guy who has lost weight? Do you get tired of hearing that?
No, not at all.
Good.
I'll take it. I tried so hard. Yeah, I did. Every time I do a television thing, I'm like, well, this is probably the last time they're going to let me on television. So I should try to get one where I... it's already bad enough I do comedy sitting on a stool. So every time when I did my hour special on Comedy Central, I had already lost a bunch of weight to get to that size. And then sitting on a stool, every time they film you, you're like, this camera guy hates me. This guy doesn't like me at all. Is that a pile of tires sitting on it? So I knew for the Netflix special, I knew that I was going to be sitting again. So I tried again to lose weight. And then, I didn't lose that much, but then I also learned how to sit with my back arched.
There you go.
Oh, you're doing all the cheats. Yeah.
And I covered my nipples with suds. I guess some people stole my idea. But that's cool. That's
all right.
I said everyone jump in.
It's funny because and it happens. This is why we're on radio. I mean, Kathy and Marissa obviously are they're pleasant to look at, but we are not. And when we do any TV or anything, I'm like, dear God, do we look horrific? And people say, there's a different angle. There's some people who've had actors and actresses come in here. They know their angle. They know, what's the best way for them to be their side.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? I
think if you ask those things, it makes me feel like I'm admitting too much bad about myself.
Yeah,
so I'm like, Donna, can you not film me from, I don't know, obviously sideways and from the floor, please?
What we've been talking about news-wise, you familiar with this this scam that took place, this GoFundMe?
Oh, yeah.
So they came by.
Never try to help one bum.
They came by last year. They came by our Camp Out for Hunger right after that story broke, and we interviewed all three of them on the air. And we got word of this yesterday that the three of them were in on this together.
In cahoots.
Oh my
All of them in
God.
cahoots, and then the one who wasn't getting enough money, the guy who was the homeless guy, he goes to take them to court.
Yeah.
And that's
Tries
how
to sue him.
it
To
goes
sue
to
him
sue
for not giving him his part of the scam.
Yes! Of the stolen money.
Never help one bum. You ever try to give a homeless guy food? They look at you like you're handing them a bag of someone's dump. It's really, they're like, what am I going to do with this? Like you're like, eat it. It's hot. It's food. And they're like, I don't, like, keep it, like, what? They're so baffled by it. Do a GoFundMe for like an overall like shelter or something. Like to give it to.
There you go.
I've never seen that work out good where you help one person.
With everything else going on, the show and everything, what's coming up for you? It's been a while since we've.
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Birds just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contests, Bud Light giveaways, memorabilia, and a bunch more. We'll start with this Florida woman is facing a felony charge after allegedly shoving a bag of dog poop into the face of an elderly neighbor. Callie Robertson was arrested.
I thought you wanted that.
Sunday morning after a confrontation at the mobile home park where she and the 76-year-old victim live in separate residences. She apparently became upset with Daniel Powell, who, quote, would always speak with her while she walked her dog.
Why are you talking to me?
Robertson, cops say, took an unsecured bag of dog feces and pushed it into Powell's face, leaving feces smeared on his face and the bag on the ground.
Was it feces or doo-doo feces?
It was doo-doo feces.
Oh, no, that's the worst.
The dog waste bag matched those in the defendant's possession, and she ultimately admitted to the battery.
There was doo-doo feces thrown all over the walls.
Oh, no.
Robertson, who was released from jail on Monday after posting $2,500 bond, pleaded not guilty to third-degree felony.
That's a bad neighbor.
Yeah. The body of a legendary cave diver who vanished underwater in Texas on Wednesday has been recovered by his own team. Brett Hemphill was the adventurer behind the nonprofit Karst Underwater Research, and the place where he died, Phantom Springs Cave, was the site of a record-breaking dive that he made a decade ago.
Oh, boy.
His team reported that he reached a depth of 174 meters last week.
Holy hell.
Before he became separated.
It's a cave dive?
Yeah, from his team in the notoriously treacherous cave system, man. That stuff, I've seen video of these cave divers. That is...
They're straight out of their goddamn mind.
Terrifying.
Yep.
His team, by the way, were the only ones qualified to go in and rescue him. According to a release, they said when we have got all the information to analyze it, we will issue a statement about the incident that will answer everyone's questions. Until then, please allow us some time to come to terms with his loss. According to Hemphill's bio, his love for exploring dates back to his childhood. He took part in a drive cave excursion at the age of 14. In the early 90s, he began to probe and explore a very small spring and tidal vent within a 50-mile radius of his home in Central Florida and formed a research group that brought new attention to underwater caves. His team broke the United States deep underwater cave record in 2008 and then set a new record 5 years later.
Well, it's amazing. And he died doing what he loved, which is dying in cave.
Man. All right, something lighter than that. Mississippi authorities arrested a woman who a newlywed couple said arrived at their wedding unannounced. Sheriff's Department said in a Facebook post that Sandra Lynn Henderson, 57 years old, was arrested by authorities at the wedding of Lexi Bolden and Brady Butler. Apparently, Ms. Henson had been arrested in Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi, all for crashing weddings and stealing money and cards from
Someone took the movie to heart.
Yep, so she was stealing. Henson was charged with petty larceny, trespassing, and...
Got a level 10 clinger here.
Disturbing the peace. Newlyweds Lexi and Brady said they discovered the uninvited guest at their ceremony when Lexi's sister Sandra spotted Henson in the bridal room. When Sandra turned around in the bridal room, she said she was eating a piece of my cake.
Oh, man.
Henson initially said she knew the bride. The wedding coordinator reportedly said $200 was missing from her purse, and Henson initially denied that she stole the money, but later handed over the cash when family members threatened to call the police.
I'm all for crashing weddings for like the free food and drink, but I mean, this is going to...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
this is
committing...
just-
yeah, I completely hear what you're saying. It's still wrong, but you're literally robbing from the people.
Yeah, in August 2019, she was arrested in connection to related crimes in Alabama at weddings. She was charged with 1 misdemeanor count of theft and felony. Let's see, she was also accused of stealing wedding gifts, cash, and gift cards totaling more than $1,000 in Mississippi in 2021. So it's her thing. It's what she does, you know? Mark and Lauren Eliza bought an unusual item on Facebook Marketplace, and that was human ashes.
Oh, man.
The listing said the ashes belonged to the seller's mom, and he would tell the story of why he was selling her for an extra $5. And the post said, "I'm not reliving the trauma for free." In the United States, there's no federal law against the sale of human cremains, by the way.
Amazing.
Mark interviewed the seller, who said that he did not have a good relationship with his mom, and her ashes presence made him uneasy. He said, "Everybody always says that you should just forgive the dead because they're dead, and I very much felt, why does she get a free pass?"
So he's obviously come to terms with
Why
everything.
not flush him down the toilet?
Yes, if you want to do the ultimate insult.
If you want to get rid of them or just scatter them somewhere, you'll be rid of them.
Let the cat go to the bathroom and
You could do that
right
too.
out of
out
Meet
of
the
Meet the Parents. Yeah. What was that? Mr. Jink? No.
Jinx.
Yeah.
Was it
Jinxie.
Jinxie?
Yeah.
That's it. All right. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. So I'm going to give these away. There is a screening coming up. Casey is going to be hosting. It's for old dads. It's directed by Bill Burr. Casey is hosting this at the Bryn Mawr Film Institute on Monday at 7 p.m.
Calling all non-Phillies fans.
If you don't have any plans to go to the game or watch the game, 7 p.m. By the time it's done, the game will just be getting started.
Yeah.
I'm sure this is not longer than an hour, right? It's a...
The movie?
Is it a movie or is it a show?
It's a movie. It's about an
So you
hour and a half.
You'll miss a little bit of the
I
beginning.
mean,
of the
listen, there are people out there who couldn't give two craps about what's going on
Of course,
in
yeah.
Citizens Bank Park.
All right, so we'll take 5 callers, and you will be set up with
It's an
that.
hour and 42 minutes.
Yeah, you're going to get free popcorn and beverage.
Yeah, which
so there
they
you
don't
go.
give away for free at Citizens Bank Park.
215-263-WMMR. I'll bet you it'd be pretty damn expensive at
Absolutely. In fact, you're going to save money by missing one of the most pivotal games of the year.
It's available on Netflix beginning on October 20th, by the way. So we'll take those 5 callers, and we will give that to you. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, and we still have lesson question, trash, music, news. That stuff's on the way, so stay with us.
Yeah, pretty much just did the radio show's been doing great on Sirius XM, so pumping that out in the podcasts.
By the way, Dan, it was they were interviewing for something. They sent it over to us, and he was very complimentary about the show. You guys are always very complimentary when you're on other shows. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
getting the word out.
Oh yeah, for you guys. Yeah, you guys are. I always think it's the coolest thing. The best nod you guys get is Joe Rogan, who needs no press anywhere he goes. Always like shouts you guys and still gives you guys.
It's awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
It means the world to us. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you saw Opie from Opie and Anthony sent like a kind of wrestling promo for him not doing his show. Did you see that on the street?
No.
Oh, it's very uncomfortable.
Oh. You know, it never understood those dynamics. It was never anything that we got involved with. You just try to do the best. It's like what you do. You just do
your show.
Do your show.
We tried to start a radio war with Bob and Tom, but then they disbanded.
That's a shame.
Bob and Tom. You for the Bob and Tom have been around for a long. Well, used to be around for a long time.
They're garbage.
Keep it up.
They're junk.
Yeah, I'm like, and I
It's
look
the
at
worst radio show I've ever done.
Really? Why?
They want you to do bits.
It's a yuck fest.
And I mean, and I was like, yeah, you don't want me to do bits. Like, my bits are too. And they go, well, that's how it works here. I go, well, I'll leave. Like, it's fine. And they go, we need you to do bits. I go, well, what do you want me to do? The one about this, and I'm just saying like vile things.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you want to do bits, it's gonna be like I can't. I'm like a dirty comic.
It's gonna be bad.
Hey, do the latest bit about your daughter. That.
Yeah. They got the things people when the hate mail I've gotten for that Netflix special, like the things people have to write to like when someone has to cite the parts they don't like, it is so funny reading that.
Oh my God! Oh, that has to be worth it alone.
He thinks there's humor and about his daughter's genitals. I'm like, why? How can you write that? with a straight face?
Does that bother you?
No, you know what's funny? I said it to someone. I ignore it all, but like the thing is, it doesn't bother me. It just I do still get an emotion, like involuntary.
Okay.
When someone writes like, this ruined my day, boycott Netflix and all these hashtags will start about it. And you're just like, I swear to you, the intention of this was just to make you laugh. Understanding it might make some people go, it's not my thing. But that's fine. But when someone's like, they have such like hatred for, and I said that what's funny is the complaint is always very personal.
Yeah.
Like I've done nothing personal. I've just made like a broad spectrum joke that somebody can twist to make it. He's talking about this. And
so we've had sometimes we're good. We don't get bombarded, but occasionally, like if someone will complain about something that I've done, I say, okay, but everyone has a personal thing that's their thing. You made fun of this, but did you laugh at this? But I
did point that out. I wrote back to one person, and I was like, I'm not going to write back to anything else.
Yeah.
But the person
if the person is thoughtful, you'll do it.
Well, the transgender joke was the one that caught some heat, which I saw coming. And then someone said where I made a joke about wishing it was legal to beat your children, but with like a focused reason, not just like crazy abuse.
Yeah.
It's like a joke. And someone wrote, as a victim of domestic abuse, it was like, as a victim of domestic abuse, I don't think it's appalling you would make a joke about that. And when I wrote back, I was like, again, that has nothing to do with what my joke's about. And I was like, sorry that happened to you. But I was also like, isn't it interesting that you complain about that only, and like the other complaints I got were about this trans joke. And I go, and both of you only complained about the thing that affected you personally. You know what I mean?
Right.
They that person didn't go, and this, and then it's always like, it's just the one joke that hit them personally. And no one sees that before they start taking to the computer to be like, how can you say this one specific thing? And you're like, you got to either be mad at all of it or none of it.
Right.
Well, you're not out to hurt anybody. That's what gets missed.
That's the bummer. That's the bummer when people get upset.
You're trying to make people laugh.
My thing was to make you laugh.
Yeah,
And understanding that you might not laugh, but to have somebody go like, it's inspired you to go write like a 4-page letter to Netflix seems pretty like, it's awesome to some degree.
What kills me, Jay, is that, and we always bring this up, then there's about 45 million other shows on Netflix. Stop watching. Move on to the next thing.
Really?
Or don't listen.
You're making me look like such a bad boy in front of these chicks. Yeah, that's right.
They're lining you up. Yeah.
I was thinking about it on a long ride on my motorcycle the other day. I don't even know how to turn on a motorcycle. I've been on a motorcycle 2 times. Both times we're behind with my arms around a man's waist. And both times I burned my calf on the exhaust pipe. 2 for 2.
I think the most telling thing was you said, I don't know how to turn on a motorcycle.
I don't.
Turn on. Is that
what we do? Do you turn it on?
You start it up.
Yeah. You can make the sound.
I know there's something where I have to go like that. Right? I don't understand like the thing. It's all like the YouTube celebrity.
No.
A social media celebrity. I don't know how that kind of came out of nowhere. But sometimes like that Post Malone's got a song or two that like, it's producers though. It's smart. That the Cash Me Outside girl, I've gone 180 on her. We went from like just crapping all over to think to I'm almost a fan. I bought a new Explorer yesterday, and you have to name it. You have to nickname it in the Ford app.
Yeah.
And I named it Bad Baby. That's her name. That's her rap name. I love her. And
isn't it Bobby? Like Barbie? Bad Barbie?
No, Bad Baby.
Okay, all right.
Bad Baby.
Okay.
She is garbage, but I love her. I've picked sides in the Whoa Vicky, Bad Baby argument.
Well, she's fighting now Iggy Azalea.
Yeah. Well, Whoa Vicky. You want to put a good side by side? Look at Whoa Vicky and Lamb Chop. Remember Lamb Chop? Sherry Lewis's Lamb Chop. I just really dated myself for all these hot chicks. You guys remember William Catt from America's Greatest Hero? The Greatest American Hero. We on the bonfire we do a thing. There's Whoa Vicky and some dude she was hanging out with got into they insulted.
They threw shade.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And then came back with an apology video that's like 30 seconds long, and whenever we have to apologize in the bonfire, we had our producer like verbatim write it down. Their sentences. Can you play it, AJ?
See if you can look that up. It's Whoa Vicky.
It's Whoa Vicky apologizes Snoop Dogg. It is. There's sentences that go nowhere. It goes, nah, I'm saying, because we don't even know be like when it come down. That's no exaggeration.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Marissa's going to try and search that and bring that audio.
I believe in Marissa. She can do this.
At the end of the day, we respect Snoop Dogg because he a real OG, you know.
Yeah, shout out to Snoop. Like I'm sorry for everything I said. I didn't mean it like that. I make people happy, like do funny videos. That's what I do. And I'm sorry for everything I did, like towards you and towards everybody that's with your shit, whatever. I'm sorry for everything.
Yeah, for real. Like we really ain't know like what we was saying. Like it was really off for the camera, no cap. Like you know.
All right, it ends there. And by the way, that's like twin speak. By the way, that's
yes,
like
when twins share a language.
Yeah, nobody else knows what the hell they're saying except for those two.
I have no idea what they said at all, but we have it written out. So whenever someone gets, and they get mad at us at Sirius a lot, so we always gonna go. I like to say to John Fugelsang, "You a real OG. I'm sorry for everything I said and what I said be like, because it sometimes be like that, and then you know I ain't know what I says and that stuff and you says." But we just like to say the name. He goes, "I'd like to apologize to John Fugelsang." So say, man, sometimes our sincerest apologies to Radio Andy.
I love the concept of John Fugelsang being known in the hip hop community.
John Fugelsang. All right, thank you, Big J. Okerson. Let's hear it from everybody. Thanks, bud.
Love you guys. Thank you so much, man.
The holidays are nigh, and Meghan Markle is about to celebrate her first Thanksgiving and Christmas as a royal. But by all accounts, it's going to be pretty weird.
Sparkle Markle?
Well, first up, Thanksgiving. Some question whether the American-born Meghan will be allowed to celebrate the holiday, seeing as it commemorates that time many English-born pilgrims set forth on a long and dangerous voyage to flee political and religious persecution in their homeland.
I thought she and the royal family were going to go visit with the dad here in the States.
Last year, Meghan celebrated with her mother, Doria Raglan, in California. What's going to happen is to be determined, but the Queen reportedly hasn't forbidden the celebration by royal decree, and Meghan and Prince Harry don't have any events scheduled for the day, so she may be indulging in turkey and stuffing behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for Christmas, meanwhile, we want to hope she doesn't eat too much gravy because, listen to this. I've never heard of this before.
All right.
She will have to be weighed before her Christmas meal, per a juicy new report hailing from the royal expert Ingrid Seward. Apparently, every member of the royal family, including Harry, Prince William, and Kate Middleton, must be weighed before and after dinner on Christmas Day.
All right. After dinner, and do they get to poop first?
I don't know about. But
what is this about, this bizarre thing?
It's a tradition. Okay, apparently the Queen asks guests to weigh themselves to ensure they're being well fed.
Oh, okay.
And once weighed, the guests must enter the dining room in order of seniority. Once seated, the head chef carves the turkey, and paper hats are donned, but not by the Queen. So everybody has to wear
wearing our paper hats, and it's so much fun. Where is the scale so we can see if we've put a lot of food into our tummies? Oh, look, I folded a flap on my paper hat. Oh, what fun.
So much fun.
Yes. Later on, we'll go out to a pit and murder some peasants.
Oh, my God. Damn. I've seen the paper hat thing.
Christmas. I love Christmas. For the annual slaughtering of the peasants.
In a pit.
In a pit with our paper hats. And the one who catches my paper hat will be spared.
Oh, that's a nice tradition.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and your family.
I've come out this late in the game with a song that hits like that, man. It's fantastic.
I love it. I agree. It's like that. That's what you would have heard, 25 years ago, and it's as relevant now as ever.
Just got a text from somebody that says, "Is this Rolling Stone song new?" ? Yes, absolutely. It's called "Angry," and it's on the new album, the Hackneyed Diamonds, which I actually have a little bit of information coming up in music news about. So we're going to move on to the lesson question, and we're going to ask you a question about something happened in the program earlier, and we'll give away a $50 What a Crock Meals gift card. And I need to know this. It was close to 7 a.m. Who did Caitlyn Jenner trade suction cups with in space? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. All right. Who did Caitlyn Jenner trade suction cups with in space? 215-263-WMMR. Let's test your knowledge.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. And tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Taylor Swift fans, trying to suss out if Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce attended the world premiere of the Eras Tour concert film Wednesday night. I was here all night and I didn't see him, said one young lady who was 6'5", 220 with a mustache.
Hey!
Kanye West is reportedly infuriating veterans groups in Italy because of some of his past remarks, which seem to celebrate Hitler and the Nazis. West is claiming his comments were taken out of context and should have clearly celebrated Hitler and the Nazis.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Scott Disick. I haven't heard that name in a while. He hasn't been seen in public for a while. He's reportedly gotten huge and has packed on a lot of weight since last year. Disick says people should not worry, saying doctors told him he needed to get bigger to accommodate all that douchiness. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are searching for someone who may have the answer to this question, which is, who did Caitlyn Jenner trade suction cups with in space? 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to Adam, see if he knows. Hi, Adam. Morning.
Back off, war child.
Seriously.
Seriously.
Yes.
Back off, war child. Seriously.
All right, Adam, who did Caitlyn Jenner trade suction cups with in space?
I actually had to write this down in my hand, but a Danubian warlord.
Yes! A Danubian warlord. Hang on. Adam, we're going to give you a $50 What a Crock Meals gift card. Delicious home-cooked meals designed for your slow cooker, and you can use promo code HUNGER now through November and get $10 off of your order. Plus, What a Crock's going to donate $10 to Phil Abundance as part of the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger. Go to whatacrockmeals.com to start your order today.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Good boy. All right, this morning is brought to you by Monster Mania 57, November 10th to the 12th in Oaks, Pennsylvania, with Alice Cooper.
Wow.
A Scream reunion, the stars of Five Nights at Freddy's, and more. And tickets are on sale now at monstermania.net. The Rolling Stones, we'll start with them. Offering a limited edition collection of hackneyed diamonds. The CD and cassette will feature the band's iconic tongue logo. Along with it will be a range of merchandise like tees, hooded sweatshirts, headwear, and accessories. The limited edition music and merch will be available online starting October 20th. And speaking of the Stones, this weekend, the featured MM artist is the Rolling Stones. And you listen this weekend, we'll have a chance for you to win their new album, Hackneyed Diamonds, on vinyl. Which is pretty cool.
I don't know why I'm so excited, but I think it shows that they still got it. The video is tremendous, and not just because obviously you have, the girl du jour in the video, but what they did with the billboards, the animating the billboards of all the different periods of their career, which it in a way, I mean, they've been going that long and being as valid that long is unbelievable.
Yeah. Each time we play a block of the Stones, it's your chance to call in and win. So make sure you're listening this weekend. And then just one other item, and that's all I have today. Out today is 50, which is a new box set compilation spanning Leonard Skinner's career, over 50 tracks to celebrate this year's 50th anniversary of the Fans' first album.
Freebird on it?
No. Yeah, oddly enough, they left it off there.
Weird.
It's probably on there 20 different times. So the collection is housed in a 12 by 12 vinyl album-sized format and features a number of unreleased tracks, including alternative live versions of several songs, including Freebird from the 1976 stand at the fabulous Fox Theater in Atlanta. That was recorded for the group's 1976 live album, One More from the Road.
That live version is the version. To me, that's, it's like, that's the one I'm most familiar with.
It also features a rendition of Gimme 3 Steps from last November 13th at the Ryman Theater in Nashville, which was co-founder Gary Rossington's last performance with the band before his death this past March at the age of 71. 50 features a deluxe 40-page booklet featuring previously unseen photos and liner notes by longtime band friend Cameron Crowe and Pulse of Radio's own Gary Graff. A limited edition, deluxe edition comes with a signed lithograph as well. That's it. That's all I have in music news
That's
for you
more
this
than
morning.
enough.
But let's give away something. I have Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 on digital.
I'm going to be watching it this weekend.
And so I have 5 of these to give away. So we'll take, 5 callers. First 5 callers, 215-263-WMMR. Tom Cruise is in the film that critics call the biggest and best action movie of the year. Buy it on digital at participating retailers, rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures.
Steve, I watched it over the weekend. I bought it, and I enjoyed it. I mean, these movies are incredible. But at some point, about halfway through, I'm like, where the hell is Rami Malek? I'm like, I thought he was the
right.
He's the Bond villain.
Oh, you're thinking. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
No Time to Die, you're thinking of. Yeah.
The Mission Impossible villain.
Yeah.
He's the Bond
villain.
All right.
Showed up yet?
All right, so
keep typing.
Yeah, keep
type like the wind, very old one.
We have one more break to take, which is what we are going to do right now. And when we return, I will give away our Word of the Week prize. All right, so hang out. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
Oh my God. You're free to go.
Now for the rest of them to line up.
Really, the only way to enjoy Lorenzo's Pizza on the whole is to have some assistance. And we are doing that via a dental device, correct? Yeah. Okay, so Casey and Nick are going to put these lip spreaders in. That if you've ever gone to the dentist and you have to get some dental work done, they do this so it pulls your lips up and your cheeks out to the side so they can get in there and work really well.
Yeah.
So it's...
And it'll for eating purposes, Preston, it gives you maximum coverage of the pie.
Yeah, and my favorite is pepperoni pizza.
Your favorite is...
Pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni pizza.
I like pineapple.
You like pineapple?
Pineapple.
I also like mushroom.
Excuse me?
Mushroom.
Mushrooms.
Mushroom. Yeah, mushroom.
All right,
like
so
mushroom.
is this, Preston, the specifics of this contest, are we talking the quickest to eat one slice fully?
I don't know.
I don't know.
How about the entire pie?
Let's just see how it goes.
Let's just see how it goes.
All right.
And we'll see who ate it best.
All right.
Okay. You guys ready?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, lick your lips.
All right, raise your pizza case. We're ready.
We have a split We have a split screen shot. By
Dude,
the way, you can watch this on Facebook.
Don't make me laugh.
All right, do what, Marissa? All right, cheers your pizzas. All right, cheers. And on your mark, get set, and go. All right, here's the first bite.
Oh, my God.
Casey you have to let gravity take effect, right?
Oh my God! Look at Nick. If Nick couldn't get any more gross when he ate.
Because your lips are not assisting.
All right.
I love you so much. I love you. Yeah. I love you.
Start eating.
He loves you. He loves you. Nick looks like oh my God.
Don't make me laugh.
He can't lick. Nick is laughing his ass off. Oh, my God.
This is
Casey,
disgusting.
do you need something to drink?
I got it.
Okay, you got it? All right, so... Oh, Nick, did you take it out?
Uh-uh.
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Casey's going to take a drink. It's like a sprinkler.
It's disgusting.
Nick, here's some water if you need it.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, Preston.
Try not to get any of it on the,
Don't laugh,
on
Nick,
the
now.
equipment. Don't get it on the equipment.
That was... Casey looks like he's looking at a UFO.
Hey, Maris.
Oh, my God,
I don't want him to
Jesus
knock
is
that
up
over.
there.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Okay.
Nick's wiping his
He's
mouth.
wiping his mouth. Casey, I noticed
Okay, sir.
you're using the gravity method. You lean back.
Yes. Yeah, this is not her radio.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Nick is leaning forward, which I find kind of wild. All right, now he's tilting back. You got to let gravity take over. This looks like an inspiring story
Oh my God. It's
of
so
two
gross.
guys born without lips.
Oh my God.
It actually, Steve, it looks like the sequel to Hellraiser.
You know what, though?
What?
It's really delicious.
It is delicious.
Yeah.
It's Lorenzo's, of course.
How far along are you guys?
I'm almost done, Steve.
Now, Casey's about halfway. He's eaten more than you think he has. So
we want to do it to completion because I think they might hemorrhage.
I don't know. Case, what do you think?
Don't talk with food in your mouth.
Have more water, Case.
Actually, that'll help a little bit. So Case is going to get a sip of water.
Kathy, got anything in my teeth?
I'm sorry we're doing such a visual thing on the radio, but this is just hilarious. Casey,
This is my favorite sweatshirt.
it's his favorite sweatshirt.
Did you get some on your favorite sweatshirt?
It's an absolute mess. I tell you what.
It makes you really appreciate. Keep going. Oh, it fell out.
I know they kind of slip out every now and then.
What?
I have no
They
idea.
kind of slip out every now and then. They slip out of your house.
Slip out of there.
Every now and then.
Say, you say?
Yeah.
My dental.
It doesn't affect your yoga cards.
It doesn't affect your what?
Your yoga cards.
Yeah, your
Your
yoga cards.
Yoga hearts?
What?
Yoga hearts.
Yoga cards.
Oh, your vocal cords.
I thought you said yoga fans.
All right, keep it going. I think actually Nick is closing in on perhaps
I
finishing.
was so hungry.
Yeah.
I think are Casey's lip spreaders a little bit bigger than Nick's?
Yeah.
No, I think
His lips are almost pulled back to his ears.
I thought maybe Casey's mouth was a little smaller than Nick's, so it looks like that.
Nick is like a wood chipper.
Ew, Nick is drooling all over the place.
You can actually feed full pieces of lumber into Nick's mouth.
A delicate flower.
My lip spreaders I got from a dentist.
He got his lip spreaders from a
This
dentist.
is legit.
All right, we're closing in.
You know what, though? I would pay good money to see Kathy do this, to be honest.
Oh,
I would pay
with her perfect teeth.
good money. That's a pair. They're clean. All right, just going to put them in. Why not? And have at least a bite. All right, Kathy. Oh, I can't believe you agreed to do this.
All right.
All right, she's taking a bite. Let's see.
Look at Kathy's teeth are perfect. Look at
They
them.
are perfect. They're absolutely perfect.
This is like that special prom night, Kathy.
How does it taste?
It's stuck.
It's because you can't assist the swallow.
She actually sounds very articulate with that. She's shaking her head to try to get it down into her throat. And there we go. Nice job, Kath. Not bad at all.
You want some more?
Yeah, I can't believe she did that. Did you guys finish? Casey's finished it.
No, he's not. He cheated. I called no fair.
What did he do?
He threw it in the trash.
Oh, he
can.
did.
All right.
Look at this. Look at this. That's a cheater.
We're going to Secaucus for the film.
Oh.
All right.
Preston, it looks like a fish striped pants.
Yes, it does. Stand up. Let's see that.
There you go.
I pissed on her.
You did piss your pants. Okay, well, you know what?
Declare a winner, or is it a tie?
I think it's a tie.
All
What do you
right,
guys think, right?
I mean, they both did a phenomenal job. Though Casey's human sprinkler impression was quite impressive.
I think you guys should kiss. I really do. I think it's. Oh my God. That is repulsive.
Food all over.
Oh man. You all right, buddy?
Yeah. You know what, though?
What?
I got to take my hair sweatshirt off to reveal my favorite pizza.
Oh, it says Delco. We're happy to have him here, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Rock is here.
That's how I'm coming on stage tonight, right there.
That's your song, right?
That's going to bring you out on
Take the
stage.
stage, yeah.
I like it, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome back to Philadelphia.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
of course. You enjoying your butternut squash soup over there?
Butternut squash soup. Who knew?
Yeah.
For
Right?
breakfast. What's the restaurant downstairs? Harvest.
yeah.
Oh, my God. Butternut squash. Kind of tastes like sweet potato.
Yeah.
It's really good.
You know, now there's endorsement deals available.
Yes. Yes. Hey, I'm Tony Rock here for butternut squash.
Just in general.
Nothing gives you comedy cred like butternut squash.
And this is how you sell it to men. And fellas, she'll dig it too. Have you noticed that? Every commercial, when they want to sell something to men, it's like, it'll do this, energy, vitality, whatever, and then it's, fellas, she'll dig it too.
Well, what
And
I
the
love
guy's
is
like, oh, girl's gonna like it. I gotta get it.
I love it when they do you'll be a stallion in the boardroom and the bedroom.
They did like those the Just for Men hair color things.
Oh,
So I used to color my beard because it's totally different color than my hair, and it turns out I was allergic to it. So I get these rashes on my face. But those commercials were like,
ladies will love it too.
You'll have a rash on your face, but chicks will dig it too.
Yeah, I'd do it in a heartbeat, man.
That's funny.
Wow. So you're in town. You're doing Helium Comedy Club. We are happy to have you back here. We were just off air talking about the show, and Steve, you and Casey.
It was Living Biblically was the show. It was on CBS. It was produced by one of the members of the Big Bang Theory,
Johnny Galecki.
Johnny Galecki.
Yes.
And I thought, and Casey thought as well, it was based on a popular book about a guy who decided to live a year of his life based on the Bible.
Like 100% according to the
33 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Somebody. 10:50. Friday morning. No sad, bro. There's been no sad. No sad at all today. It's all happy, bro. I love it, man. Today's been a lot of fun.
It's been a runaway train of entertainment.
Yes, and it climaxed with a ball of energy in Kate Flannery. She would not. She was on. I think she did cocaine right before she came on the air.
She did. She was the most phenomenal she's ever been, and blew out the Flannery switch.
She was awesome.
Blew it out.
So I'd like to thank Kate for being here this morning. And all she wanted to do was just come by and say hello. And we were happy to have her anytime. But the fact that the Phils won last night, she was on a crazy high. It was a lot of fun. Speaking of fun, we also had a really good time with Mr. Greg Proops.
Yay!
Who's Live Anyway is tonight at the Keswick Theater. And we talked about tons of stuff with him. He's great. And then our first time meeting Duncan Trussell.
Hey!
And Duncan was excellent. He is at Helium tonight and tomorrow. The 7:30 show tomorrow night is sold out. The other ones might sell out as well. So a heads up if you want to go see some great comedy. Get those tickets now before they are gone. So it was a lot of fun on.
He's terrific, by the way. His stand-up is great.
Yeah, today's program. And the fun is just beginning.
Yes.
Mr. Fun has walked into this studio as we speak. Pierre Robert.
Here I am.
How you doing?
Stand-up comics, man. It's fascinating. I went and saw Seinfeld last week.
What did you think?
Last Friday. It amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen a stand-up act in a long time, and I usually go to small comedy clubs to see them. And him at the Met with this very Vegas, like Sinatra kind of opener guy. And they're both in suits. It's not, they're dressed up. And he played for an hour.
Yeah.
And what comedians do is they remind us of stuff that we see every day and notice, but never really discuss. Yeah. And they sort of bring it up to the surface. He did this whole bit on Flex Seal. You know that ad for Flex Seal?
We play the commercial all the time.
With Phil Swift. And he did he said, I'm going to go buy a rowboat that's cut in half. Did I tell you this story earlier?
No.
And he said, I'm going to go cut a rowboat in half and then glue it back together with Flex Seal. He went, he must have spent 10 minutes on Flex Seal. Then he said, I was down in Florida, and somebody said, well, that guy Phil Swift that you keep talking about lives down there. Would you like to meet him? And he goes, no.
No, thanks.
No, thanks.
Anyway, it was great. Great fun stuff. So you guys have covered all the bases in town from Helium to Punchline.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Kate is not even appearing anywhere tonight.
No, she just wanted to stop by, and she's in town visiting her dad who turned 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
She might just want to go down to Rittenhouse Square and stand in the middle of the square and start doing a stand-up act there.
Yeah, why not?
Has enough energy to power several towns.
It's true. Absolutely. All right, well, we have another order of business. If you're ready for the letter, we can do that.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in entertainment.
Okay, we'll take caller number 9 at 215-263-WMMR, and we can set you up with the prize if you do indeed know just the 3-letter word that we have this week. So call in now. What do you have in store for this No Sad Bro Friday, man?
No sad. We've got a Crumb Bum Cash at noon and at 3 and at 5 o'clock. I think we have one more week of it next week, which is cool. And I will, at some point, do a little thematic block of walking songs in honor of the AIDS Walk, which I will be hosting, as you guys mentioned. You had Rob and Carrie on. And it'll be bright Sunday morning. How I'll do it, I don't quite yet know, but every year I find a way.
Well, Saturday night is usually a time for you, a little light reading and off to bed by 9.
No.
No.
Well, with some good news, the weather forecast has improved for Sunday. As of yesterday, they were calling for some rain, but Sunday looks like it's going to be good.
Right.
A little cool, but it's going to be nice.
Yeah, it'll be fun. And then on the program, we'll have workforce blocks of the Struts. And we had in the past week birthdays of not only David Lee Roth, but Sammy Hagar. So we will celebrate both of those artists.
Excellent.
In blocks of each of their contributions to Van Halen.
Wonderful. All right. We're looking for caller number 9, and it happens to be Elliot, who is on the line. Elliot, morning.
Hi. Hey, good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Elliot. Do you know the word of the week, my man?
It is toe.
Holy podiatrist!
That's a new one.
Holy podiatrist. Yeah, Elliot, that is absolutely it. And we are going to give you a 6-pack of Flyers opening night tickets, my man. So congratulations.
That is freaking awesome. My wife is going to go crazy. My friends are going to go crazy. It's going to be a good time.
Now that's how you win.
Make sure you take your podiatrist, too, okay? All right, Elliot, hang on the line. And don't forget, it is a new era of orange in Philadelphia. The Flyers return to the ice for the 2023-24 season with an opening night matchup against Vancouver Canucks. That is October 17th. All fans get a Flyers opening night T-shirt presented by Fantine. You can get tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Your undefeated Philadelphia Flyers.
That's true. Yes. Good point. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, of course. And also brought to you by Trinity Rehab with locations all over and now opening King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on this program, we will have Joe Gatto.
Yes.
Of the Impractical Jokers and James Murray.
Yeah, different days, too.
Impractical Jokers
What?
as well.
Who?
Yeah.
So Joe's no longer with the
Right.
Joker. They're still all friends and everything, but they've got separate things going on. We'll also have a comedian Michael Yo in the studio. Hey, Yo. And then we'll also have a friend Maria Bamford on, too. So
Maria Bamford.
it's going to be some good stuff next week. Oh, and as we are leaving, one more thing to give away. I have a pair of passes for the Philadelphia Orchestra presenting Music of Superheroes. It is tomorrow. It's early. It's at Verizon Hall. The pre-concert activities start at 10 a.m., but I think it's like a matinee, 11 a.m. show.
It's a family sort of thing. Obviously, kids are absolutely welcome. It's geared a little bit towards them.
Caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. They're doing a costume contest, pop-up comic book shop, an exhibit, and appearances by your favorite heroes, and more. Tickets are on sale now, so we'll take that 15th call and we'll set you up with that. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, and we'll be able to say Go Phils on Monday.
Yeah,
But Go
baby.
Phils anyway.
Yeah.
We'll see ya.
Bye.